Good afternoon and welcome to the Nikon Studio here at the NAB show in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have an amazing program set for the next 2 days. We have 11 shows over the next 2 days that are being live broadcast here with all kinds of amazing Nikon and MRMC technology. We're here at the show showing the Z series mirrorless cameras, the NIKKOR lenses, S series lenses, and a wealth of technology from the MRMC company that's helping drive a lot of the technology in this booth. In fact, we're actually running this live broadcast with Nikon Z series cameras, the Z6. And we've got all kinds of technology like Cinebots and camera pods and polygram chat. We're going to talk about all of that limb tracking technology throughout the next segment. So we're going to open up with a great program from MRMC. We've got Steve Boland, a broadcast director, here with us today, as well as James Banfield, the head of Synergy for MRMC. But as we're looking around, we can actually even look up into the rafters and see one of the pods in action right now. Let's wave to our audience tuning in. And we're going to talk about all of this cutting-edge technology in this program over the next 30 minutes. So, guys, welcome to our live broadcast, the Nikon Live. Thank you, guys, if you're tuning in. And let's get it going. So tell me a little bit about the history of MRMC.
Well, I think one of the things that's pretty amazing with MRMC is it's an over 50-year-old company, and when you look at the background of what MRMC has done over that period of time, it's fundamentally changed how many cinema productions take place. So what we're showing here is the Milo. So the Milo is our most famous robot. We still see some of these units like 25 years later. They're still being used in major production events because it was that good at its time and it still has value today.
So Milo is where it all got started.
Milo was the first major success for the business. That fundamentally changed everything from the business there. And the Milo, Steve, would you say it's the precision and other bits?
Yeah. It was the robot, and it has been for many, many years, of precision motion control. Milo is the de facto robot in the industry now.
And precision is what we're going to talk about over the next 30 minutes. How critical that is to broadcast and transmission.
Absolutely, and the thing with what the core competency of MRMC is this ability to have absolute precision of motion over time, and that can be a very slow motion or it might be a super fast motion, and that kind of leads us on as well to what we've got today. So Milo was the one that really changed the industry back then in what it was able to do. But now we have the Bolt and the Bolt Junior, and that's doing the same thing. And the Bolt and Bolt Junior has insane levels of precision, but can move phenomenally fast. It's the fastest accelerating robot in the world. And what that basically means is that you can do high-speed motion shots, and it just opens up an entire slow-mo world.
So the broadcast industry appreciates having two-sized bolts?
Well, with the bolts and the Bolt Junior, that's normally used for film productions and TV commercials where you've got a big production going on. So, a classic thing would be, you take any major action film that's been shot in the last couple of years. Chances are it's got a Bolt move in there or a Bolt Junior move in there in that production.
Right.
The classic telltale shot is anytime you see a really fast action happening and then you see that massive swing where the camera is moving and time slows down. That's normally a Bolt or a Bolt Junior doing that.
So the bolts are all about the motion of the end result, but the actual motion of the camera and the movement of the camera.
Exactly. And because it's 100% repeatable, it means that you can do that same shot time and time again, which means you can do really creative visual effects over the top of that as well.
And we're being recorded here right now with a studio camera?
That's right. So we got the Studio Bot, which is actually doing the recording, and that's like a Bolt, but it's a lot slower. And Steve, we did London Live is using Studio Bots at the moment, and
so this robot's been going live with London Live for 4 years now. So it's working around the clock. It's a workhorse. It's that particular robot is on 10 meters of track.
Right.
So that's doing. This allows the operators to pre-program a move. So it becomes automated in as much as they're just pressing start.
Right.
And the whole move is choreographed. So you can create in advance a lot of creative shots with these kind of robots.
I was going to say, there's got to be a really open door for creativity.
Absolutely.
And anyone that wants to program the specific movements of the camera.
Yeah.
That's
especially
awesome.
with the way these move as well, because they have the full range of an arm. So there's 6 axes of movement in that arm as well, so you can get some really nice tracking shots.
So right now, the video that we're seeing, this is the bolt in action.
So this is the bolt in action. So in this video here, you can see that the robot moving super quick with a high-speed camera, and what that does is it just opens up a completely different world. When you slow that down and you play that back in slow motion, you get these amazing visual effects that can only be seen in split seconds. And it's this kind of level of creativity. It completely opens up this kind of storytelling environment. And there's so many variations, everything from burgers being dropped into one location to, as I say, fast action films, champagne bottles being exploded. There's so many situations where bolt and a fast action camera, a high-speed camera is being used in so many different variations of production.
And even though we can run Nikon cameras on this is open to the world of filmmakers and broadcasters that want to put whatever device they want on this.
So here at NAB, we're showing off the Z6 series, and but ultimately it's a platform. So you can put the other cameras on there, specifically if it's like 1,000 frames a second or faster. Those unique cameras.
Right, we're seeing it now with this arrow flying and the bullet dropping on the ground. This is phenomenal footage.
A popular shot. So balloons bursting, bullets leaving guns. All of those kind of shots.
So they, the people putting this together will look at their scene, they'll come up with a creative, they'll look at the moves, they'll program the moves of the camera, and it's going to be precise every time they trip that button.
Absolutely.
Every time
right,
they set
that's
it
at
on.
the heart of it. That is motion control.
That's wild. I come from a very simple world of still photography, and this is fascinating for me. Talk to me a little bit about Nikon and how Nikon got involved in this business.
So back in December 2011, it was just ahead of the summer 2012 games, and we were looking for a robotics partner to basically help out with a problem to do with getting action shots from roofs, right? And I sent a camera. It was I think it was a D3S actually at the time, to MRMC. 24 hours later, I get this video footage that comes back. And it's just the motion at which of how the file actually looked. It just reminded me of how a photographer very quickly responds to the moment, and it looks so fluid and smooth.
Right.
And that's the point. It's like, right, this is definitely the partner for us. So Nikon got involved at that, and then we got to the summer games, and some astounding images were being captured by the system. So we had, I think it's about 30 units that are being used across the summer games, is it roughly?
Yeah. And out of those units, 15 of those might have been controlled by one operator.
So we've been talking about motion up to this point, but your first entree into this was still photography.
Yes.
And putting the camera in a place that would be really difficult for someone to be.
But Mike, the motion control aspect came in with the precision of moving a camera from landscape to portrait every time. So it's got to be pixel accurate every time it does that motion.
Yeah, I've used I've used remote cameras in horse racing and rock photography and drums, so I'm always used to that still moment and just having that camera locked down where it can be. So the freedom would be that someone has the creative movement to position that camera, zoom in and out. I mean, that's a huge advantage to remote photography.
And one of the big things that happened in the 2012 Summer Games was that these stadiums, they didn't exist beneath where the cameras were when they were installed. So for composition and framing, no one knew where to point the cameras. So you couldn't just put a fixed remote. You had to have flexibility. And of course, in photography specifically, it's very important having that vertical shot, because sometimes that's the shot that's going to make it and tell the story. And that's you've got to have that. And that was the one thing that made us unique. We were the only company that provided a system that had a vertical shot.
So the camera gets put in place, and then the photographer comes back and looks at a panel to control it, to zoom, to move, to make the moves that they want to make if something changes, exposure, all that, because that's a big thing.
Yeah, well, and these control systems are IP-based, so those operators were, thousands of meters away as well. But it also allowed us to get quite creative with the robotics as well. It wasn't just a simple pan and tilt system. We had two cameras, one doing a tight shot, one doing on a long lens. So we could get more out of a small footprint as well as it being in a roof or somewhere that you just can't put an operator. There's quite a few creative aspects to go in robotic as well.
And it's obvious that this all works underwater too, because we have a shot from underwater.
So this is these two shots were from AFP. This is Francois from AFP, and he used underwater robots to just again open up this incredibly beautiful world. that unless you've got a camera there to capture it, no one knows exists.
Right.
You know, the bubbles coming off the divers as they hit the water at God knows what speed.
Right.
It's this incredibly beautiful stuff that can be done, and again, it's just not possible without sticking a robotic in there to get that angle, to get that shot. Because you're not going to allow a diver to sit there and shoot underneath while someone's jumping on top of him. Right,
and the reality of how long a diver can stay underwater is limited only by the air within the tank, right? So this gives them the freedom to actually be out, you know, of the water and do a little bit more and be more fresh mentally and physically, I would think.
Absolutely, and there's in this shot specifically. So this is the 2016 Summer Games. This one that this came off of. 3 days before that, this pool was green. So this guy's jumped into God knows what, you know. But
all of those chemicals cleaning that green, right?
But in this image, it looks so crystal clear. But you know,
and obviously, you know, partnering with Nikon at the games, being able to come in as an agency and work with Nikon, because no one's going to haul this around, you know, by themselves. So they're going to work with another company to have access to this camera to get this unique shot.
That's I mean, we work very closely with AFP and all the major agencies out there to bring this technology and listen to what they're after to try and, you know, produce a solution. What we're doing is we're just putting the tools in place for their creativity, fundamentally.
Very cool.
And then this is another example of a different situation. This is Wimbledon.
I see Bob Martin shot
Bob Martin
this.
Shot.
Right, yep.
And this shot had never existed. So Wimbledon's over 100 years old, and no one had ever taken a shot of like this in center court until Bob put a robot on the roof.
Right.
And the reason that this is so unique is that when you get the high elevation, you actually get the green grass.
Right.
And if you've ever watched Wimbledon, the green grass exists for about 2 days.
Right, before it wears down and turns brown.
Because it's true grass. It's not AstroTurf.
And look at that time of day, the beautiful long shadows.
And it's just stunning stuff. And you know, again, it's just allowing people, you know, creative people to do something truly amazing. But you know, Bob was operating this, you know, 200 meters away over the network, and he's following the action. This is another shot that's on a crane. You can't actually do this shot at Wimbledon anymore without a robot, because they won't allow human people to go up on the crane because it's over the crowd. So health and safety dictates
safety, security, I'm sure.
Security, all of that dictates it has to be a robot now.
Right.
So this, again, it's allowing a level of creativity and a viewpoint that you don't normally see. And then this is another one from Bob, which, and you know, Bob works very tight at Wimbledon. He follows very fast. So the IP, the latency, it has to be really, really quick.
I was going to ask, is there a problem with timing when you're doing this? But it's firing immediately.
It's firing immediately. It's working over IP. And you know, Steve, you've had some experience of doing long networks.
Yeah, it's well, most of the time you're converting that to light as well. So it's over fiber. So it's the speed of light, really. So latency is not usually an issue. Need a good network. But generally, there's a good network in these kind of venues. You know?
Yeah, and if you're investing in something as a Wimbledon, you're going to have a solid network.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know, some of our customers, they've used the systems. You know, for stills photography, there were many occasions where it was 60 or 70 miles, and we've had other situations where we've been controlling robots from halfway across the planet.
Right.
So. You know, once you get into that IP infrastructure, it just changes everything. Everything you take for granted as being standard fundamentally changes from there on in.
Cool.
And then one of the things that happened whilst we were doing all of this stuff with you know, Wimbledon and the agencies, we quickly realized we needed to create a new robot, which is where the robotic pod came from. Right,
and that's the pod that we have up in the rafters that we looked up towards before, right?
Exactly that. And you know, the pod allows us to do permanent installations. What it gives us is the flexibility to stick something into a stadium months before it's ever going to be used.
Right.
And then when it gets to showtime, you just turn it on and off it goes. And it can do stills and video. We've got the pods here. I've got now Z6 in them. So you've got the autofocus in the video as well as the stills function.
And can you use different size lenses in the pod for different effects, different distance?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got the full range. Up to 400, I think 80 to 400.
Yeah, we've got 80-400.
Yep.
So a nice 7200 zoom. All of those lenses within that size will fit within that pod.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And one of the really cool things that's unique to Nikon is that you can crop that image as well within there.
The DX crop.
The DX crop, which then gives you even more reach.
So you're controlling all those camera settings, and you can set the exposure, but you can even set the crop mode to get a little bit more of a frame, a tighter frame.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome.
You know, what this means is you get this really compact remote function that can be tucked into these locations, and you can get these huge zoom ranges, again, by using the technology that's naturally in the cameras.
And I assume everything's hardwired and powered up, so you never have to worry about going up there and changing batteries and
exactly
the inconvenience of all that with other typical remote situations. So
yeah,
very cool.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to see that.
And this is an example in Cannes. I mean, Cannes Film Festival, the pod just disappears into the lighting truss, and then you know, you can see it there in amongst the lights. And this is AFP. AFP did this one.
That's a unique angle, isn't it?
It's an amazing angle, and it's only achievable from that lighting truss.
Right.
Because you've got around 1,000 photographers and guests around that red carpet.
And they're all at a lower level.
And they're all at a lower level.
Nobody can get that overhead.
You know, unless you get this angle, you're going to have people and crowd in the background. And
that's
so,
amazing.
You know, they turn the Cannes Film Festival into their own private fashion show.
Right.
And they get these beautiful, amazing images from that.
Kudos to Antonin.
Yeah, no, Antonin is a fantastic remote photographer, that's for sure.
Very cool.
But then that kind of leads us to like the remote production, the stuff we did with Sky, and you know, this is very much your baby, Steve. So I'll let you tell the story.
Yeah. Well, just going back to the pods, on the control side of it, we developed a control software called MHC. And MHC gave us the opportunity to really rethink of how you control a robot remotely.
Right.
So MHC was designed around a kind of a lightweight user interface. And in that user interface, you can plug in whatever hardware device you need. You know, be it a joystick, set of pan bars, wheels, whatever it might be. Going through this work, creating the pod and all those projects that we've been talking about so far, it allowed us to look at individual camera positions and say, you know, how can we add value to that particular camera position? So that function, an operator will spend many, many hours behind that camera. What is the essence of that function, and how can we create the right type of user interface to give it more value?
So you're creating a different user interface for a different experience.
Correct.
So a different situation, like darts that we're about to see.
And this is how we came to the darts, with the idea of a skin. So a skin for a different application. So a skin in darts for what we're looking at here is camera 2 and 3. Got Will and Ben operating here, fantastic guys.
Which then enhances the precision of all this. So not only do you have the movements of the camera system itself,
yes,
you can be very precise where you program this all to go.
Yeah, it's a direct representation of what the camera needs to do.
Right.
So in darts, the whole object of the game is to follow this 18-inch dartboard.
Right.
From 13 feet back, I think it is.
And I think you have to be very specific because the darts will not hit the same place every time.
And very tight. You're very tight in on that board. And these two camera positions here that we're looking at do up to 40% of the entire production.
Right.
So they've got to be precise, and they've got to land on that spot. So the lower third graphics are always in the same spot every time. So that precision becomes absolutely essential that the robots go. And
I would think the timing as well too, right? Because the dart's going to go, and you're going to hear sound with this, right?
Yeah.
So everything has to be in sync. It can't be any latency whatsoever.
It has to be in sync. But as we discovered, as we looked into the process of the function of what this skin and this system needed to do, the essence was the relationship between the camera operators, the director, and the professional spotter who predicts where the darts are going to go next.
Right.
Because darts is a very unique sport, and the camera, in as much as the camera needs to be in position before the dart hits the board.
Right.
So there's a lot of predicting going on, and these predictions happen in a split second.
I guess you could say darts are like sports photography, and any sports photographer has to anticipate. So anticipation
you have to
is the name
know
of the
where
game.
you're going and get that.
Are either of you dartboard players, darters, dart players?
Yeah.
Although I would admit,
No. Very cool.
I've got the figure, but not the precision, I'd say.
So what we're seeing here is some behind-the-scenes footage. So in this example, we brought the control behind the stage, instead of at the front of the stage. So we've managed to reduce the footprint for the viewers there.
Right.
And they're playing in stadiums that can take 15,000 people every time.
Right.
So there's a lot of attention from the audience in the venue on these big screens. So these cameras are creating an experience for the people in the venue,
So,
as well as the millions who are watching it as well.
so much like a motorcycle enthusiast having a motorcycle built by a custom shop, they come to MRMC and they say, we're going to do this with darts, and we need you to help us create an interface that's simple, easy, and allows us to do the job we're trying to do.
That's it.
This is a great example as well of semi-automation. So, all we're trying to do is, via technology, is allow creative people to be creative.
Right.
And in the darts, for instance, it's the story of where's the darts going to allow, you've got all these characters. It's a fantastic performance darts. Yeah. It's one of those things you see in Europe quite a bit. I'm not sure if it translates that well over into the US, but it's such a fantastic sport in the way that it's all about the performance and everything leading up to it.
Right.
And that storytelling process, with the semi-automation, it's just about that aspect of getting technology to help you tell that story and keeping the creatives to be able to achieve that goal.
Right.
And this has allowed us to look at other areas of, so we've done skins for tennis, we've done skins for studios.
Right.
So we can start to get a very unique user interface specific for what that, not only genre is, but that particular camera position. So you get that much more consistency of product out of that camera position.
And it changes the look of the end result. It must from years past. So we have other motion technology we're going to talk about too.
Yeah,
right?
so the next one we've got here is Polycam Player. So Polycam Player is it's a really cool piece of technology, and this is using AI and tracking technology from Car and Hago to produce automated camera moves.
Right.
So basically, Steve and a guy called John Roberts, who used to work for Car and Hago, and we've poached him over to our team now. We were sat around a table, and John was saying, well, we do tracking, and Steve was saying, well, we do movement. And I was there, and I was part of Nikon UK at the time before I transferred over. And I was going, well, we do cameras, and we're like, well, you can track it, follow it, and we can capture it. And that's where Polycam, the player side of things, started to get really quite interesting. So we did a lot of investment behind it to move the technology to where it needed to be. And the cool thing about it is it tracks all the players in real time, and then AI uses algorithms to create unique angles and camera motion based upon what we think is the right output for there.
Right.
And clubs and teams use these type of angles to help identify what's happening on in the sport. So again, it's used to kind of tell the story of that moment of play, what happened, how did it break down, from an analyst perspective. And then we have an example of this actually in the field. So this is a pod.
So similar to the still pod or a still camera being a pod, now we have motion and video.
Yeah, so this is now outputting the video, and it's automatically following the players, which is super cool when you talk about it, and it's super cool when you watch the video. Very boring when you're there watching a robot move left and right, and you're not controlling it. It's just you're just there watching a robot move left and right.
But in a sense, though, that would free you up and free staff up to be doing other things.
Yeah, and it's and when you've got a very light production, it means you can get more angles and more shots that just wouldn't be possible otherwise.
But I understand too, though, you're not just tracking the players for the motion for the sake of broadcast, right? There's a lot of analysis going on afterwards for medical conditions or spotting players and following players around the field to see how they're moving.
Exactly that. And this is the interesting thing in the world of sport is there's very many different verticals that exist where they all require motion and video and different unique angles, and each of those requires a different process of doing it. And when you're looking at like medical staff or analysts, they're not camera people.
Right.
They don't know how to get the shots. They just know they need it.
Right.
So our technology allows them to get what they want, and they can input, from a creative perspective, and say, well, I want this, and therefore we can then deliver that as an AI solution.
Very powerful. Very powerful.
And it just fires up. So as soon as the players turn up on the field, the system fires up and away it goes. It's always on. It's always ready to go.
We got an example here of the tactical camera that's used in soccer, and this is as a camera angle. This is completely automated, by the way. So this is an AI system that's moving the camera.
And how does it know?
Well, it sees all the players, so it knows where all the players are in real time.
Is it tracking the ball at all?
And then it tracks the ball as well. And then what it does, we're using the Car and Hago data that feeds into an AI engine. The AI engine then says, okay, well, here's where all the players are, and it adjusts the zoom and the positioning all by itself to ensure that you can clearly see where all the players are. So all 20 players never leave the frame in this solution.
And it'll shift from one side of the field to the other. And
exactly. So when the players break and they start to move there, the camera just slowly zooms out. And it looks so subtle that often you don't even realize it's zooming, but you always see the players in the shot.
And this is all automated.
It's completely
so tracking technology plays into this.
It's a huge part, and as we were talking about with a latency, that's where the big difference is, and that's where MRMC's competency now is starting to get more and more into the ability not only just to ingest tracking data and turn that into movement, but also being able to create its own tracking data from the cameras as well. Right. And within Nikon, we have great technology that's there. I mean, the Z6 has, or Z6 as I should say, has the capability of seeing the human faces, the eye tracking,
right.
It understands where the shoulders are. All of that's already inbuilt into the camera itself, which is fantastic. And
Polycam chat is what we're actually we're using that technology to drive this show, right?
Yeah. So. Well, this Polycam chat was very much something that was used by Steve to get going on the Sky thing. So maybe you want to...
Yeah, again, it was a project born out of physical space restrictions. So small pop-up studios, very limited space. You've got 3 cameras in a setup like this, presenter, a couple of guests. And getting camera operators in that small space as well is really difficult.
Right.
So again, we looked at the skin of the MHC. How can we simplify that just to a couple of presets? And then how can we augment that with some tracking so we can get them subtle camera movement that you see that makes all the difference between a low-end production and a professional production. It can be as simple as just a very slight camera motion.
How is it tracking though? How is it doing all this?
It's tracking. It's looking. It recognizes limbs.
Right.
It recognizes limbs in 3D space. So as you turn around, and this is the difference in some of the technologies that use face tracking. So as soon as the face is out of shot, it's no longer tracking.
So we're actually showing this right now.
We're showing limb right now. If we're not, it's
dots
really
on my eyes, dots on my limbs, dots on my joints.
So with limb tracking, you can actually turn around.
Right.
You're not lost. You're not lost.
I know this in the still cameras, we've evolved from just face recognition to now face and shoulder detection, head and shoulder detection, to avoid that issue of people turning away from the camera, because it'll still track the shoulders, and when the face comes back, it goes right to the eyes again, which is solid from Nikon.
Having to lock back onto the target once that's happened. So if you can eliminate that, it's a huge step forward.
So I got to tell you, I wish I could talk to you guys for another couple of hours, but as we wind this session down, if you're in the Las Vegas area and you can come into this show, come to the Nikon booth, because we have a wealth of technology here that really benefits the creative, benefits scientific, benefits just anyone trying to create imaging and motion with such precision. And I know outside in the hallway we have
we got a dancing bolt. So
dancing bolt.
If you want to come and dance with the Bolt, the fastest moving robot in the world, we promise you won't get hurt. It's an amazing experience. And you can get your own social media video you can share online.
That's awesome. Well, I can't thank you guys enough, Steve, James. This is exciting for me because I stay on the photo side of Nikon, photo and video on the simple side. This technology is incredible, and it really does empower creativity. So good work, great job. What do you say,
Thanks
brilliant?
for inviting us, Mike.
Brilliant is the word? Yeah. I was going to throw the accent in. Everybody's
Smash it.
cringing outside that's producing this right now. So if you are tuning in, again, thank you. We got more programming coming up. We have a time-lapse expert, Rob Whitworth, is going to be up with us after a 15-minute break, and he's going to talk to you about time-lapse and flow motion. So stay tuned, come back. We're going to take that quick break, and thank you for tuning in.
They're essential for the work I do. When they reached out about their new 500mm f5.6 prime lens, I did not expect this. An ultralight and compact super telephoto. and Nikon's technology
Hi, my name is Atsushi Suzuki, and I am an optical engineer and technical liaison at Nikon. I would like to talk about the new Nikon Z mount and explain from a technical point what makes it so special. Nikon is well known for great lenses. Our company vision is to unlock the future with the power of light. We believe this new mount will help us achieve that vision. The introduction of the Z mount is very special because it combines so much experience and knowledge from many engineers and designers over the last 100 years. The new Z mount was developed for the new Nikon mirrorless camera and lenses, and it possesses huge potential in optical design. This mount design has two important factors. First, it has a 60mm flange back distance. Second, it has a 55mm inner mount diameter. These two dimensions give the new mount great advantages, such as the ability to support f1.2 and even f.95 aperture lens designs. I'd like to explain how designers decided on these specific dimensions. So why is the flange back distance 60mm? The flange back distance has been rigorously determined to allow maximum light from Nikon Z lenses to reach the sensor in the pure. These components while testing for.
All right, welcome. If you're tuning in on Nikon Live, welcome back to the Nikon Studio here at the NAB Show 2019 at the Las Vegas Convention Center. For any of you tuning in or any of you here on the show floor that are listening right now, all of the 11 programs that we're broadcasting live over the 2 days, the first 2 days of the show, will be posted on Nikon Live. So if you miss any part of them or any programs, you can go back and watch them as many times as you'd like. We're going to continue on with the programming with someone I am fascinated by. His name is Rob Whitworth, and we're going to talk about something called flow motion and really the importance of standing out as a filmmaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Rob Whitworth to the Nikon Studio stage. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Did you want to introduce yourself as well?
Well, my name is Mike Corrado. Thank you. Thanks for helping me out.
I should have probably done that. I'm sorry.
Maybe the last segment, but welcome. And you've come from?
From the UK.
And you came in yesterday.
Yeah, it's nice to be in the sunshine.
Any jet lag at all?
Not at all. A little bit. Tiny bit.
So,
slightly.
Just in a short list of really great things that's happened, you won a BAFTA award and an Emmy nomination for the work on Cities episode of Planet Earth 2.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Pretty
and
amazing.
You were one of the first people to work with the Z7, or as you may say, Z7, on a project about Tokyo that was launched in Japan.
Yeah, that was an amazing project I shot last summer.
And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But give us a little background on where you started in this business, how imaging became a part of your life, and when you made the transition into time-lapse or flow motion. Tell us a little bit about that journey.
Sure. So I'm a bit of a confused photographer, really. I sort of started as a stills photographer and kind of wanted to take a very serious route into it. So I was always interested in architectural photography and landscape photography, and time-lapse was always this sort of side interest that I didn't really see exactly anything other than it being a hobby.
Right.
And then over the years, when I was doing black and white prints, I used to take still life sets and then go back and photograph them several weeks later, because this camera has this, you know, unprecedented ability to capture this hidden element, which is the passing of time.
Right.
And through taking pictures and just, you know, originally with some black and white film, with weeks between slides, you can see this, you know, this transformation that takes place, and that really hooked me.
Yeah, me too. I remember those days of film and chemicals and the process itself.
And then it got a whole lot easier and more possible with digital, because suddenly, you know, you could take pretty much infinite photos and quickly turn them into animation, into film. So sort of it grew from there, and gradually I sort of found myself with this thing that was my hobby. So I thought, like, let's just throw myself into it. Let's just really play around with time-lapse originally and filmmaking and see where this can go.
So instead of capturing that one still moment, you put together your stories with a series of pictures.
Absolutely, and just really messed around. It's this funny thing, like when you go into the creative industries, I almost found myself being sensible. You know, like I should be an architectural photographer because I can see a career route there.
Right.
And then it kind of dawned on me that I've gone all this way into something that I'm really passionate about. You know, why don't I just fully commit to time-lapse and just to playing around with post-production and shooting and just seeing what I can create. And yeah.
At what point did you know this was going to be a career for you? This is something that was going to generate revenue to survive?
Yeah, I mean, money is important, definitely. And I mean, I had what I call is an epiphany. I mean, sort of in a comical sense, but it was about 2008. I'd been working, assisting many photographers assist for a number of years before they you know, set up their own business. And I'm from the UK.
Right.
And London is like a powerhouse of creativity, and I don't live in London. So it's like, do I move to London and do the sensible thing? You know, set up a business and take on some debt and, you know, really try and set up. And I didn't want to do that. So I thought, I'll move to Vietnam. So I moved to Vietnam and spent a year shooting and experimenting.
One of the most beautiful places on this planet.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad location to sort of just have freedom, no pressure from clients.
Right.
You know, living off savings and my girlfriend's
so
salary.
You're building your experiences, making your mistakes, learning the craft, you know, figuring out how you were going to take this step forward into flow motion.
Absolutely, and just, yeah, exactly, work out, you know, what it is that I really love doing and is unique. How can I really push boundaries and kind of create something that is visually captivating, you know, and get attention. I mean, you want people to watch your work and be engaged by your works. It's working out how can you achieve that and find your own style, in a sense.
So I understand you have a video clip prepared.
Yes.
For the first award that you won that I mentioned.
Yeah, it's a super amazing project I worked on a few years ago. It's huge in the UK. It was broadcast here in the States as well. It's called Planet Earth 2. In the UK, it's got this guy's voice called David Attenborough, and he's like akin to royalty.
Sure.
So like growing up in the UK as a kid, like they had these amazing wildlife clips, time-lapse clips, and David Attenborough's voice over the top. It's just this, you know, this incredible thing, and then suddenly, you know, here I am and I've got my work and David Attenborough's talking over the top of it. But a lot better than me talk you through it. It's better I just play a clip. So this is a clip from City's Planet Earth 2. Hopefully.
One of the greatest changes in recent times has come from a single invention made less than 140 years ago.
Where shall I look? Do I look at you?
Electric light. It has become more and more powerful, filling our streets with light. It's everywhere in the city. It even goes underground. The difference between day and night is becoming less and less perceptible.
That's amazing. That is beautifully done.
It's unbelievable for me to see that, you know, to have made it onto TV. You never really know when you work on these big productions if it's going to get right to the last stage, and then somebody right at the top is going to say, nah, don't like that.
And to be very clear, those are all still images.
Yes.
That you've created, put together to create a movie.
It's hundreds of thousands of still frames. I think that sequence was shot in Hong Kong, and it's the journey of light, because it's a huge impact on the animal world. And yeah, it's hundreds of thousands of still images, but then condensed and edited into this sequence, which I call flow motion.
So let's get into this a little bit, and let's talk a little bit about flow motion. What is flow motion, and what is that differentiation between that and hyperlapse?
Okay, so I might just play another clip that I'm going to talk over here. So this is a nice example of flow motion, and what it is it was the term my dad made up, is actually what it is. But the idea is it's a single take way of filmmaking. So instead of lots of jump cuts between scenes, in flow motion we sort of connect all those scenes and make it this seamless journey that the camera embarks upon. And it connects all sorts of different film speeds. So it's not limited to time-lapse only. There's real time in there. There can be slow motion in there. You can have drones. You can have helicopter shots. You can do whatever you want. The overarching thing is flow motion. That's this single sort of weaving journey. And, how much fun. And you can just play around with that and sort of grow that concept and,
So preparation for this. I mean, what you're showing here in a minute clip takes days, months to produce.
Oh, no, it was pretty quick. No, easy.
But someone's building a building in that scene, which means you have to be putting a camera at a precise place to continue to run, to shoot the still images.
Yep.
And that's going to happen over the life of the actual building of that skyscraper, a building that went up.
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of ways you can do construction time lapses. I'm not that patient, so I don't want to wait that long. They build buildings very quickly in Shanghai, but yeah, it's still too long. But yeah, it's the key to it is storyboarding. So working out, exactly what you want to capture and how each scene is going to feed into the next, and then getting those ingredients. But it is setting out with an exact mission of the exact shots you need, when you need to capture them. The actual shooting is just like a checklist of different shots you need to get. It's like a logistical process, really.
Right. But there's a lot of planning and there's a lot of thought process.
Yeah, I mean, the real creativity happens before, obviously before any photos are taken. I mean, most of my projects are commissioned by a client, and you will liaise with the client about what it is they want to capture and how you want to tell the story, and then you'll go on a recon trip, and just, I kind of love to spend 1 or 2 days at least in the environment, taking as few pictures as possible, just
to scout it out
and really get a feel for it. And I think the key thing is, for me, like, the creativity really happens at that stage where you're trying to decide what it is you want to make, what the film is the story you want to tell is. And there's a tendency, I think, as photographer, which is my background, to, take pictures, to be there, to be rushing around, because there's a comfort in doing that, because you're busy and you've got something to show for it.
Right.
And actually I find staying in that space of just thinking and not doing anything and staying there for as long as you can bear it is like really essential to really pushing yourself, without that comfort of a nice image or something like that.
Right.
So I find the idea, you're on a recon, an idea will come to you. There's a tendency just to realize that idea, the first idea, and to let that go and keep on thinking of ideas until you're confident. Stay in that space for as long as you can bear, that you're confident you've got the very best content that you're going to then set about spending weeks capturing. So
right. I give you so much credit because my mind doesn't think like that. I'm a still photographer looking at one moment and looking to capture that exciting image, but this is the series of images that helps tell the stories a little bit different. What is hyperlapse?
So hyperlapse is essentially a moving time lapse. It arrived in about 2011. There was a lot of videos. I mean, it's been around forever, but I think it really kind of hit its zenith in 2011 when a lot of time-lapse videos appeared on the internet where, the camera would move around a building. There's a guy named Zwai who shot something in Moscow, which is the first I remember seeing.
Right.
And it was an amazing new idea. I mean, suddenly you could turn essentially a static time-lapse into this incredible dolly move. Right. And you could do it without a dolly, without a film crew and everything like that. And you could have a dolly move that goes miles. I mean, it was a really exciting development. It's my work is often labeled as hyperlapse, and indeed a lot of my work does feature hyperlapse, but it's sort of an ingredient of my work. Is sort of
time lapse into hyperlapse. And
yeah, so I'd shoot time lapse, hyperlapse, real time, and a lot of my moves are sort of a synergy between post-production and shooting, sort of create that sense the camera's moving maybe more than it is.
And we opened up talking about differentiating yourself in your style, as opposed to other, people doing the same thing. So how important is that, and why would you want to find your own style?
Well, I think another way of putting it is probably less glamorous, is pigeonholing. I think with my experience in working for clients is if they're gonna commit to you and spend a lot of money on a project, they want to know what they're gonna get.
Right.
They want to have a certainty because they've got to sell that to a number of other people and they've really got to commit. So I think it applies to a lot of photographers. I mean, you have a lot more experience of this than me, but I think the client comes to you with your previous work in mind and is kind of saying, do this. And then it's your job to say, well, look, we've got that, we can do that, but why don't we try moving it on a bit? It's that growth. But the starting point is very much having something that a client knows and
right.
Makes
so they're seeing that
out.
Content and they're going to look for you. They're going to come find you because
we
of the
want
way you're
that.
doing this.
We want that. And in my case, I spent a year shooting and deliberately not posting or sharing anything. It was back in 2011, so sharing wasn't quite as big as it is nowadays. But that allowed me to really hone my techniques and a number of techniques and sort of put them together in a package that creates the visuals that we've seen a couple of examples of.
That's really fascinating. Now, I want to talk about the Tokyo project and your work with the Z7, but before we get there, you have another clip of an Emmy-nominated piece on Netflix,
Not
right?
yet. That's the Emmy-nominated was another one, but fingers crossed on that one. But this was a show, a Netflix intro,
Netflix show,
comedy special. It went live in January for a comedian named Sebastian Maniscalco. It's super funny. I just did the intro, not the jokes, thankfully.
Being Italian, I know Sebastian very well. I've been to several of his concerts.
Oh, fantastic.
Unbelievably funny.
Yeah, so it was in Radio City Music Hall in New York. I'll play the clip and then we can...
That's amazing. I'm kind of laughing because I'm thinking of his jokes as I'm looking at your piece. But
well, it's just about getting into the good stuff, and now it's being cut off. I mean, we should probably watch some of the show.
Definitely, so people can see this on Netflix.
It's on Netflix.
I have to go back and watch this. And I know a lot of Italians and fans and friends that we talk about Sebastian all the time, so I'm fascinated. But talk about the patience in working with a celebrity like Sebastian. How much time of his did you take, and did you get enough time to do what you wanted to do, or was it a frustrating experience?
Yeah, I mean, Sebastian is at a level where, if he walks down the street in New York, he's likely to get, people wanting autographs and selfies and things. So it was my first experience really working with somebody of that level. So we had a very short window. I mean, he was doing sellout gigs in Radio City Music Hall in New York. Right. I think like 6 shows that are fully sold out. And we had basically one evening, a few hours of his time. So it was about storyboarding to make it all as seamless and efficient as possible, and in a way that is obtainable. You can get the shots. And then it was just a lot more kind of checking, a lot of PAs and people asking me exactly where's he going to be, how long is this going to take, and it was a lot.
You have 30 seconds to get this done.
Yeah.
I've been there.
So it was definitely about delivering, but in process-wise, it wasn't so different from the rest of my filming. It was just maybe a little bit more heightened. That if it was raining, it would have looked a lot different, and there would have been a lot more work in post. But
Is there a lot of pre-process here? In planning, do you storyboard or do you work this out as he's moving?
Oh, absolutely. Everything's completely storyboarded. So at the start of a project, I'll then go, once I've got the idea that I'm happy with, I will put that into a storyboard. I mean, my understanding of a storyboard is not something glamorous, with drawings. Right. It's iPhone pictures, it's previous work, it's existing videos, of what the locations you're capturing. Right. But with that, that's enough to give the client an idea, an understanding of exactly what's going to be featured, what the video is going to be look like, how long each segment's going to take.
Right.
And that can then enter into several rounds of discussion to include different things or to remove other things.
Right.
But once that's agreed, that's what we make. That's the creativity largely done. It is logistics from there. And there's always some deviation. There's some refinements in the final edits, for sure. But the closer you can stay to that storyboard is the mutual understanding. It's sort of the agreement, the contract between you and the client as to what you'll deliver.
And when you shot that position from behind him on the stage, that was during a live show?
Yeah, so the idea of the sequence is actually really fun, is that we're sort of following a mock journey of Sebastian entering New York, traveling to the venue, and then it seamlessly links in with the live footage, which is actually, so the final camera move is then going straight into the actual live show, which is a really fun sort of way of kind of linking the two. They obviously have to be filmed on separate shows, but to sort of bring them together.
And in cameras that we have, the D850, D5, and the Z series cameras, we have a built-in time-lapse feature that will actually create the movie in the camera. That's not what you're doing, right? You're using the intervalometer feature?
Yeah, I mean, there's a variety of techniques. So some of the time-lapses in there will be, more conventional time-lapses shot with maybe 5 or 10 second intervals over hours or days.
Right.
And then other things will be, it's kind of pseudo real time. It's shot, gunning the camera, 9 frames, 11 frames, whatever you can get out of it.
Right.
So you're shooting basically a third real time. It's just basically a sped up real time gimbal move.
Right.
With certain things. And it's sort of, it's playing around with what the technology will allow you to do.
Right. What a great experience and a great piece. And again, if you're tuning in, go to Netflix and check this out, Rob.
The show's a lot funnier than I am.
I can't wait to see this. Now, so Nikon reaches out to you. We're about to release the Z series mirrorless cameras, the Z7 and the Z6.
Yeah. Okay.
Z. Call it what you will. As long as you bring your talent to this camera, we're happy. So talk about that. You get a phone call and they say,
email, but it's kind of like the mothership calling when you get that email, and it's shrouded in secrecy because the camera was launched in September, October last year. So this was
more towards the summer year here.
Yeah, this was way back in March. No, I think about February last year when I got this email. So it's sort of we represent a company and we might have a product.
Very confidential.
Yeah, and you have an inkling, and then it's super exciting. Just when you've used these cameras, there's something your dad gave you back in the day, and then to be involved in something like a huge product launch is unbelievable, really. I mean, it's another sort of pinch yourself moment.
Now, did they come to you and say, give us an idea of what you may want to do, or we want you to come to Tokyo?
So the client was quite set on me shooting in Tokyo and I've made a number of city videos, is sort of how I made my name. I filmed a number of locations for myself, and then it developed into tourism boards and commissioning me. So it was sort of around that, make a video of Tokyo. And they had an idea for how the sequence might play out. But then the first stage was recon. We had a week, I think 5-7 days in Tokyo with the client, walking around possible locations and just talking, just thinking of, their ideas, your ideas.
How you're going to tell this story.
Yeah, how you're going to, and this is with a camera that you don't exactly know, what its strengths and weaknesses are going to be at this stage. I mean, something that was unique about this product was, the thing you take for granted is knowing your kit inside out, and when it's a prototype camera, you don't.
I share that with you. I actually had to go on an 18-day road trip, very little experience with camera, working with 4 different photographers doing still work under that confidentiality, so I know what that's like. Now, you have this about a short clip of Tokyo. Let's run through that, and then we can talk a little bit about your thought process.
Okay, so this is a clip from Tokyo Seamless, shot on the Z7.
So you actually brought a rabbit to a location with a young lady.
Giant bunny, central Tokyo. That was one of the crazy, and I was filming from a rooftop. It was just super fun.
So what were your first impressions of the Z7?
I mean, its compactness, its lightness. I think my favorite moment was just quite a geeky thing, but taking the body cap off and just the size of it, you know.
The size of the mount, right.
The sense of, you know, potential of where this can go. I mean, what a bold step it is. And it was really cool because I was there, you know, it was March in Tokyo with the guys that built the thing, and just, you know, a few geniuses had, you know, created this thing, and they were really passionate, but also very excited about it. It's like they'd really had a chance to create something, you know, which is really, the human level of it really got me.
When you talk about settings in a piece like this and these other productions you've done, are you shooting JPEG, the JPEG format, or are you shooting the RAW format? Which is better for you?
Everything RAW to give me the flexibility in post, the absolute most quality to work with. So that then allows you to refine and gives you the greatest, you know, because it's a lot of post-production in realizing these. I mean, it's a day's shooting is at least a day's post-production in my world. So you want to shoot everything with the maximum kind of flexibility for you to then weave it together later.
But you're setting up the color, you're shooting this RAW format, you've got all these pictures come together. Can you at all estimate how many shots for the full Tokyo production you had to shoot and use to create that piece?
Yeah, I mean, that was 100,000. I mean, a standard project's about 100,000 files. It was a lot of data.
I can imagine the ratio of actually shooting the stills. How much time do you put into the post-production? How important is that? What are you doing in post?
So I drink a lot of coffee.
I could imagine.
And then watch myself get older, I think, is most of it. But there is so much time in post-production, and the better job, basically I wear two hats, because I'm the guy that's out there setting up the cameras, doing the shooting, and then I finish the shooting, wrap the shooting, and normally where you then hand that over to some other guy in post, I then sit down at the computer and hate myself for, like, you know, why didn't you shoot this? Or, you know, I'm my own worst enemy at that stage. And the better job you do shooting, the less time you have to spend in post, you know, and the more you've thought about how these things will go together. So the more time you can plan, that's why planning is so important, because it just makes you not hate yourself so much in post-production.
And are we talking days, weeks, months in post?
Well, I mean, so the Tokyo is an example. That was a 10-day shoot, and there were some other factors with it being an unreleased camera about the process, but it took, I think, about 3 weeks in post-production to first draft. And then obviously,
and you're doing all this work yourself?
Yeah, the post-production, I mean, I love post-production, I mean, and I love to bring those worlds together. I mean, I see the post-production as equally creative to the shooting. Right. And, you know, kind of bringing those two and understanding the shooting and the post-production and maximizing that is really, you know, where my passion lies and where I really like to have fun.
Now, we came out with the Z cameras, we came out with a set of S-series lenses for the cameras, and an FTZ adapter. Did you have any experience with the FTZ adapter?
I mean, so coming into it, finding out I had that was like a lifeline, you know, the ability to use all my existing F-mount lenses, you know, huge variety of lenses. Right. And the FTZ adapter, I mean, it's included with the camera now, isn't it? It's an intrinsic...
There are programs that we're running here in the United States, I'm not sure globally.
It's just a bit, there's no glass in it, there's no loss of quality, and there's some...
No loss of f-stop too, right? The focal length is focal length. Talk to me about the security of the mount, because a lot of people have issues with that, but this is a pretty tight mount. I've used
for sure, and the camera itself is a lot lighter, so... You know, the camera sort of feels minuscule compared to the lenses that you're very familiar with.
Did that help you out in the field?
Sure.
So
I mean, I'm usually shooting with 3 or 4 cameras, and, you know, anything that reduces weight, I mean, any photographer will appreciate, and it's a compact camera, and you notice it, you know, when you're on shoots. So,
you mentioned social before. How important is social media to you?
I mean, so my career's developed. I mean, I started back in 2011 to finish that story. I put a video online, shot in Saigon, Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, and that was on Vimeo, and it went on to get 1 million views in like a week or something like that, and that was kind of gave me an idea I might be onto something, you know, and I should stick with this. Right. And it sort of developed from there. I did some speculative work, and social media was everything then, you know, having those portfolio pieces. But, you know, as things have evolved, nowadays I work for clients, and then I sort of hand it over, and they generally do the social side more than myself. Right. But I mean, the internet is an incredible resource, and, you know, stating the obvious, but the ability, I mean, I was in the jungles of Vietnam and I put this video online. You know, I had like a couple of hundred Facebook followers at the time, you know, like nobody knew of me. And, you know, there is that there. If something's great, it gets noticed. You know, I believe in that power of the internet to sort of really, you know, give you that platform if you've done something that stands out.
That's amazing. So anybody that wants to get into this in time-lapse or a flow motion style like yours, what advice would you give? What would you recommend them do?
I mean, it sounds a bit flippant, but, you know, make a viral video.
Right.
Is, you know, if you've done your work, if you've found something that really is, you know, distinctive, a distinctive style, you've got to believe in it. The audience will be there. It's the most likely outcome is, you know, people don't watch it, and then don't be defeated by that. Keep on playing around and trying to work out a way that is your passion, aligning that with, you know, a way of making something distinctive is my belief, you know.
Just keep working at it.
Yeah, and develop your own style then allows you, you know, the ability to do crazy projects, you know, like shoot in Tokyo using the Z7 and stuff.
Z.
Sorry, yeah, Z. I'll say that at the end.
Say it any way you'd like. This has been fascinating, and again, such a short period of time to talk about this. I'd love to talk to you for hours, and we did this within 30 minutes. People, if you're tuning in, go look at Rob's work. They can check you out online at your website.
Yeah, sure. Website, Instagram.
RobWhitworth.com.
Yeah, or co.uk on that one, or Rob Whitworth Productions on Instagram. I'm about. But
I'm very inspired. I'm sure a lot of people tuning in are as well. I'm more excited that you work with one of my favorite comedians. And the next time you're in New York, if you happen to do this again, I would like to be a part of your crew. I think he's one of the funniest people on the planet. And I certainly think in this business, you're one of the most talented people I've had an opportunity to work with. So thank you for coming on. We're going to take another 15-minute break, and we're going to keep the programming going. We're going to come back with a director and filmmaker named Corey Rich, a Nikon ambassador, and we're going to talk to you about small print productions, and making big things out of them. So we're going to take a break, and we'll come back in about 15. Thank you, Rob.
I'm amazed. Holy cow. This is cool.
This is really cool.
That's so cool.
Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
As a photographer, to have a single tool that can take you from a wide shot to something that is almost telescopic, it's a bit of a game changer in what you can do with a single camera. It's an emotional experience to be suddenly brought so close to something that was so out of reach in a way that shows you more detail than you thought was there. And that's an experience that will bring a smile to anyone's face.
I'm on the moon.
That is unbelievable.
Now that is a zoom. Only Nikon can do this. Just incredible.
This is like one of those like planet Earth, like
Exactly.
I feel like David Attenborough.
So gorgeous too. This is so cool. That's so pretty. It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
doesn't get much better than this.
You can see everything down there.
You can see everything.
You can see everything, literally.
I don't think any camera I've ever seen can do that. I've never seen a camera like that.
I've never seen anything like this.
I've been working with Nikon Super Telephotos for the last 10 years. They're essential for the work I do. When they reached out about their new 500mm f/5.6 prime lens, I did not expect this. An ultralight and compact super telephoto. My job takes me to some pretty remote places, and the weight of my backpack is always something I have to take into consideration. But I'll choose heavy over lack of performance any day, so I really wanted to see what this lens could do. I couldn't think of a better testing ground for performance than photographing birds. Photographing animals is a lot like photographing people. Body language and gesture are essential. I'm not interested in photographing them perched. In flight is where the action is. But it's a patience game. And when the moment presents itself, the last thing you want to do is miss the shot. This lens is ridiculously easy to handhold. And Nikon's technology makes it not only ultra light, but razor sharp. If I needed an extra focal length boost, the ability to switch to DX mode in my Nikon D850 changes my focal length to roughly 750mm, without decreasing the speed of the lens. The last thing I want to worry about is durability. The dust and drip resistant build keeps me confident that the lens will hold up in hard outdoor conditions. The autofocus locked on with precision, and the VR allowed me to easily shoot in low light. This lens nailed it in every category. It's something I want in my backpack, anywhere I go.
Act like we talk. Welcome back to the Nikon Studio here at the NAB Show 2019. I am your host, Mike Corrado, and we're going to continue on with more programming here live from the show with all this amazing MRMC technology. We're actually broadcasting live with Nikon Z6 cameras and NIKKOR lenses through MRMC pods and robots and things like that. So we've got a pretty active set going on. But let me introduce the next person that we're going to talk to over the next 30 minutes or so, who just happens to be a great friend of mine because we've been working together for many, many years, decades now, right, on many projects. And his name is Corey Rich, and the title of this program is Small Tools, Big Production, right? That's one of the things you started off doing really well, is working with small crews and making big, big productions out of them. He is a photographer and director out of South Lake Tahoe. He probably spends more time outdoors in a sleeping bag, thousands of feet up in the air on the side of mountains. But he's also been a big part of Nikon's launches over the last several years for some of the more amazing products that we've had. And we're going to talk to you about a little bit about what he does. So, Corey, welcome to Nikon Live and the Nikon Studio.
Thanks, Mike. You know, when you commented on, you know, we've worked together literally for close to 2 decades, decade and a half. And I feel like my career is just sort of perfectly aligned with the way technology has evolved. And I feel really fortunate that I slid into this world of, as a photographer, I kind of was granted this opportunity to evolve into the world of filmmaking, not just because that's where my passion led me, but because the tools exist today, and they started rolling out a decade ago, or a little more than a decade ago, that same form factor camera that I was, you know, depressing a shutter with, all of a sudden it was a video enabled camera. And for me, that started with the Nikon D90.
Right.
And
we'll talk about that, right?
yeah, and I just look back now at sort of all of the different projects and camera launches, and really the parallel tracks between technology, what's rolled out from a technology standpoint in the Nikon world, and how that has really paralleled my career, or vice versa. They're just in parallel, because the tools have empowered guys like me to really exercise that other part of the brain, which is it's still about telling stories. It's just now, it's no longer, for me at least, just about telling stories in a single image or several images. Now it's at 24 frames per second or 120 frames per second.
Much further along than when you started, because if I remember correctly, you started off living in your car, rock climbing, and you brought a camera out to shoot editorial work for magazines and newspapers.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, my background is really, it's in the, I wanted to be a photojournalist. I wanted to tell stories with the camera as a still photographer, but I, at the same time, fell in love with the outdoor world, with rock climbing. And so I, at one point, convinced my mom and dad that I was going to take a semester off from school and drive around in my Honda Civic and photograph rock climbing.
They must have loved that.
Yeah, I think they're still surprised that I turned this into a career. I oftentimes pinch myself that somehow this worked out. But at the heart of it all, it's really storytelling. It's what is it that you're trying to communicate, and how much of your heart, time, and energy, heart and soul, can you put into telling those stories? And, you know, in the beginning for me, as this photograph illustrates, I spend, and still do spend, a lot of time in the outdoor adventure environment. It's just in this series of 4 photographs behind us on the screen, you know, a lot of these pictures are 10 years old, and I'm looking through the viewfinder because I was shooting still photos. And then there was this sort of middle chapter, a section of the book and of the kind of technological timeline, where when you switched to shooting video, you know, you were staring at the back of a screen on a camera, and you're squinting, and the sun is in your eyes. And now it's gone full circle. Finally,
fast forward to Z7.
We have that's right. We have the Z6 and the Z7, and all of the sudden, we have the ability to, much like a still photographer, put your eye into the camera and press the record button and actually be shooting video, but you can see it. So we're watching this technology really, you know, it's just evolving so fast, and what it's really doing is empowering all of us that love communicating through visuals, be it still photography or video, to just be more empowered, focus less on the technology and more on making great pictures.
I'm going to keep taking you back in time. So, you know, how do you make this transition, starting off as a still photographer to get into video, and then you start growing your career as a producer, director, camera operator, and now you're doing more directing than anything now, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know, maybe I should even show what we call in the video world a reel. It gives you a sense of the type of content that I'm shooting. And then I think it will put into context a little more for viewers at home what it is that I do, and I can talk a little about the kind of the passion and the motivation and sort of how you get there. What does that roadmap look like?
Let's roll it.
Okay, so here we go.
That is wildly impressive.
Thank
that's
you.
a long way from that first time you called to say, can I borrow a couple of D90s because I want to shoot video. I see you have DSLR video, because Nikon was the first company to come out with video in an SLR, a DSLR.
Yeah, you know, the feeling still exists that I remember picking up a Nikon D90. I remember standing in the parking lot of an airport talking to you to borrow a Nikon D90. And that feeling of actually pressing the record button, which I think it was on top of the camera now, I can't remember, but seeing a kind of a cinematic image where I was shallow depth of field, and I really had no idea what I was doing. I was hand holding a camera like I would shoot a still photograph. I didn't understand neutral density filters or using a tripod. But there was just something magical about it. And then I remember naturally pulling a jacket over my head so that I could see this, tiny screen on the back of the D90. And, I said it before we watched the reel. It's just what's changed since picking up that Nikon D90 is the tools are no longer an obstacle. They're all just so readily accessible, and they're so sophisticated. And they're doing a lot of the thinking for us. They're just empowering us as content creators to focus on what counts, right? That old saying, that old adage of content is king.
Right.
Our job is really coming up with what's the story you want to tell, what's compelling, and then getting yourself into that situation. And for me, that's always been adventure sports. I started shooting adventure sports, and so I've always felt that if I can get a camera into environments that not everyone has the opportunity to experience on a regular basis, that was kind of my best opportunity to wow people with the content that I was creating. And so, I always say, when I'm giving advice to a young aspiring photographer or filmmaker, they say, what genre should I go into? And I always say, what is it that you have that everybody, the guy on the right of you and the guy on the left of you doesn't have? And it's not going to be equipment, because everybody
separating yourself from,
how are
from
you
other
different?
artists.
And it usually comes down to that expertise. What is it that you are an expert in? What intimate knowledge of a subject matter do you have that other folks don't? And for me, it was, I loved the adventure sports world. I still do. And I was really comfortable hanging off of a rope.
Wow.
And so that, hanging off of that rope, oftentimes put me into situations that otherwise were surprising to a viewer.
I
they
love
don't
this
always
image.
work.
This is one of those images that comes up randomly, is chosen as one of the most weird, crazy images of all time on the internet, and that's my buddy Corey up there.
Yeah, this was funny. This was the launch of the Nikon D4, which was a huge breakthrough camera for Nikon from a video perspective. And we were shooting Alex Honnold, rock climber, maybe the most by far the most famous climber of all time. Everyone has probably watched the Oscar-winning film Free Solo. Well, Alex Honnold is the star of that show.
And this was part of your movie called?
I worked on another project, another doc film called The Dawn Wall that also just came out in the last 6 months. So climbing's having its time in the spotlight right now, the sport of rock climbing. But we wanted to shoot Alex Honnold. I wanted to be away from the wall, so not just hanging on a rope, but I wanted to be pushed away from the wall. And so we were resourceful, and we went to Home Depot one evening, and we bought the little giant ladder. This might be the same ladder that you have in your garage, and we broke every rule on the box.
And I see that you're wired and you're being safe about this, so we always say, got to be safe.
Safety first. Yeah, you know what's funny about safety, Mike? Nothing. That's our motto.
And I'm laughing. That's great. Thank you for that. So talk to me a little bit about, you're pressing a shutter to make a still picture. How is that different than pressing a record button?
Yeah, I mean, I think in still photography, we think in terms of single moments. You have one moment, and that photograph needs to encapsulate the entire story. In video, we really think in terms of a timeline. We're thinking about in so many seconds or in a series of clips, can this communicate a story? Can we move someone for 30 seconds, 15, really as short as 15 seconds? We're getting into this world of social media where 15-second shots or series of shots or 30 seconds for a TV spot or 60 seconds or 90 minutes for a feature film. And so it's always about how do I move my viewer? How do I communicate something on that timeline? And that's either through individual shots or it's a series of shots. But the fundamentals are the same. In still photography, we're thinking about this rectangle and what you're putting in this rectangle and whether it's this way or this way. And we're pressing the shutter and we're trying to capture that in 1/100.
Telling a story through a moment.
That's right. And in video, we're just making some other decisions. We're deciding, are we going to keep our subject in that frame? Are we going to move with our subject? Are we going to let our subject run through the frame? Are we going to shoot are we going to be over cranked and shoot in slow motion? But the fundamentals of light, composition, and moment, they're the same. And I think it translates, I think it goes both ways. Still photographers have this incredible innate ability to transition into the video world. And I've also watched the opposite, which is filmmakers, DPs, who are incredible visual people, pick up a still camera and shoot still photographs that are really, really moving and compelling.
And that becomes a passion there. Because I see that as a still photographer myself. I have done video camera operating work, and that's been pretty exciting to me because, again, you start to see with a little bit different format. And now, of course, cameras shoot 16:9 in still as well. But to just see that way and then see the motion start to happen, I can see that. I just didn't get that crazy itch like you did to continue on in a career of just video.
And I'll admit, I was certainly the guy that as soon as I started shooting video, I just wanted the camera to move and float and fly, and it's almost going full circle. There's still jobs where we bring out these crazy modified jib arms and we haul them into.
I helped carry one up a mountainside.
Yes, you have.
For you
yes,
once,
yes, you have. And but then I occasionally realize, wait, it's not about how sophisticated the camera movements. It still circles back to that first point that I made. What are you trying to communicate? Content is king. And so, but this is definitely sort of one of my sort of niches, was that what I embraced early on was these, I recognized even the Nikon D90, these were small cameras. I mean, if you walk around this show, there are a lot of big cameras and they have big fat files that you can shoot, but the reality is it gets really hard to put that big camera on the end of a jib 10 miles from the car in the Utah desert.
Or while you're climbing, I would think size and weight has everything to do with what you deal with when climbing.
That's exactly right. And I think this photograph is case in point. We're in Patagonia, Argentina, the southern tip of Patagonia, South America, And we're trying, remember, we're always striving to shoot visuals that no one has ever seen before. So we're on top of a rock spire in Patagonia, high wind, it's a sunny day, and we have a 15-foot aluminum jib arm that we've hauled up this rock face. And this is allowing us the ability to do, because of that small form factor camera, this might have been the D800 at that time, that to do this with a big camera, robust Hollywood-style camera, you would have had a Hollywood-style crew with you.
Right.
But we were what I like to call a small footprint production. 5 or 6
Which
of
is
us.
most of what you've done since I've known you.
Absolutely, and occasionally I cross that line, and I'll direct something where we're a much more robust, large crew, and everybody has one task. But I think the sweet spot for me is when it's a small crew and everybody's wearing multiple hats.
What does that mean to you? How many people on crew would be small foot?
You know, really small crew is me and one other person. I mean, that's as small as it gets.
But you'd average about 3 people.
Yeah, I would say on average we're like a 5-person crew.
Right.
But again, today the expectation is when you're a 5-person crew, you're expecting kind of Hollywood-style results. That's the deal. The quality bar is up here today.
Right.
You know, the expectation of what a one-man band, whether it's just me in the field or it's just the person viewing this show in the field, the deliverable, the quality expectation is really high.
Do you recommend running in flip-flops when you're shooting video?
Yeah, I do. You just need to train. That's one of the things that I always say to photographers and filmmakers. When you go out and practice, you want to practice with the same toolkit that you're going to be, on game day using. And so I wear flip-flops probably 98%
Guys, I
of my
promise
life.
you, I think it's more like 95% of the time. In fact, you even did a TED Talk in flip-flops.
True.
But comfort, right? That's what it's all about.
That's
Safety.
right. That's right.
Most
Well, I
important,
actually know.
comfort.
I think I'm more creative if my feet can breathe. I think you can actually measure happiness and like success in life by how many days a year you wear flip-flops. That's another talk.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, yeah, I actually would not advise doing this kind of poor man steady cam technique in flip-flops. I think I later almost peeled the toenail off my big toe, and then I switched to shoes because that was just a better model.
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes we're forcing small cameras, the Z camera, other Nikon DSLR cameras, we're trying to make them like handheld cameras. But the more I shoot with small cameras, the more I realize just strip all of this other stuff away. Keep it simple. That's why these tools are so great.
Right.
The more often it's just this camera, it allows you to just be really nimble and really flexible and embrace what the capabilities of a small form factor camera really enable you to do. And I'm not saying don't put it on a shoulder rig, don't kind of grow the package. It's just kind of analyze each situation and say, how am I going to get the most bang for my buck out of this system? And these systems are making it easier and easier to shoot without all of these accessories attached to your camera.
Sure, and the engineers have kind of made this progression of technology something that, like, even now in the Z cameras, I remember your first look video that you did with us, you pulled it out, and it's like you said, it was like having a jib built in.
That's
because
right.
It's got 5-stop VR with NIKKOR lenses.
That's right. It was like a gimbal. That's exactly right.
5-axis VR,
yeah,
5-stop
right.
VR with the S-series lenses, and that's got to be big for you in the way of small footprint production.
It is. It is. I think I for years, actually my entire adult life, I always have a camera either next to me in the seat in the car or in my house. It's sitting on the kitchen counter. And picking up the camera to shoot still photographs of life as it unfolds around me, whether it's my friends, my family, it's very easy to do that with still photography. But video used to be much more complicated. You would pick up a camera, and there were just these barriers. All of a sudden, it looks real shaky and handheld.
Sure.
And what you were just alluding to, the sensor is literally stabilized now in the Z camera. And so you have this ability to literally pick up the camera, press record, and it looks like you're attached to a Movi or some sort of a gimbal stabilized system, and it's built into the camera.
Which you would still do at times, but
Of
you know
course.
you have an out if you don't have something
Absolutely.
with you.
It just goes back to this
video.
idea that less is more.
Right.
We're just living in this world where you just don't need all of the kind of accessories to create beautiful content. And it's because of this camera, because of the little Z cameras, we're just getting more and more functionality.
So I know we're going to get to a film you produced called Morning. I know you have more stills. Let's run through those stills.
Sure.
Let's get to your first experience with Nikon Z when we came to you for yet another project.
Sure,
D4,
sure.
D4S, D5, and then we
Right.
came to you for some work on Z. So
Yeah, I mean, so we're looking at a photograph of a drone. Definitely I embraced using drones early on.
Right.
And I say but really we. There's been a number of guys around me, really talented people like Sean Haverstock and Mike Hagedorn.
right, who had to get a pilot's license.
Absolutely.
This is not your average everyday go buy it at
No.
local shop.
That's
drone,
right. We didn't. Yeah, we did not buy this at the Apple store.
Right.
But we embraced it early because we saw that the drone would allow us to put the camera in unique positions. And so now that technology, much like cameras, they're just getting smaller and more affordable, and it's much rarer that we bring out the big drone unless we need to fly a large camera system.
Right.
You know, here we are flying a virtual reality camera. You know, I always like to say that I follow technology, and sometimes I'm the early adopter, but I'm not the guy that's kind of, salivating over the new technology. I'm always trying to think about it really practically.
How would you use it?
Yeah, how am I going to use this? How does this actually make my life
So
better?
this virtual reality camera you're talking about was Nikon's Key Mission 360.
That's right.
So not only did you shoot end result with it, we actually even did a training video together with that. And that was pretty wild to be able to see that
anyone online,
happen.
it's one of the most riveting blocks of content, the training video. I think
Us
it's still
working together
available
is always
online.
riveting, so,
I think
yeah.
there's close to 40 minutes of instructional video on how to use the 360 camera, which I'd highly recommend.
Let's work our way to
Sure.
what you did in Z.
So, again,
Finishing
always
these up.
looking for smaller and smaller systems. This is in northern Kenya with Amy Vitale, fellow Nikon ambassador. And so we brought a carbon fiber jib with a Nikon D850, I believe. So
Right.
it's always looking for sort of what's the right solution for you.
Mhm.
And that maybe leads into the camera that I'm most excited about, and it's the Nikon Z6 for video.
Right. So Z6, Z7, same form factor, but the Z6 is probably the better camera for video if you're looking into video.
That's right. That's right.
And so Nikon comes to you yet again and says, Corey, we want a production, but it must be small footprint. We're not looking for something crazy here with jib arms and things like that. Maybe just the camera and a lens or two?
Right.
So talk to us. What was your thought process when we came to you?
The phone call came in, and really it was, we have this new mirrorless system. You're going to get an early version of this system, but think of something that's manageable and feels accessible so that anyone could go out and do this. And so I immediately thought, what could I do in my own backyard, right? We as photographers and as filmmakers talk about that a lot. If you love shooting, you want to work on projects that are accessible, that you can go back to every day. And so I kind of dreamt up a project that I could shoot at my home in Lake Tahoe. I love the outdoors.
Right.
And a lot of folks, whether it's in Lake Tahoe or in New York City, people sort of, before they show up at work, they accomplish a lot. Like, it's not uncommon that folks go to the gym, they go out and ride a mountain bike, they swim in the lake, they swim in the pool. And in Lake Tahoe, one of the things I'm passionate about is riding my bike before work. I'm a happier person, both at work and at home, if I go out and put in, an hour or two of riding my bike. And so I just wanted to put together a very simple package, vignette, around going out and riding your bike before work. It's what happens in the morning before you go to the office. But I wanted to keep the production simple. And so most of this is shot by myself or my colleague Bly Gillies.
Right.
And then one morning and one evening brought out Sean Haverstock, our very good friend and drone pilot, one of the most gifted drone pilots out there. And we put together a little 2-minute film entitled Morning.
So let's watch the film and let's come back and then talk through it.
Sounds great.
Hey, how was your morning?
Fine.
I love that. You know, I think for me, what excites me about that is that's everybody's dream, regardless of mountain biking or something else, to get to work with a fresh, happy attitude, knowing you've done something already to start your day. So I love the concept there, and I love the scenes, and I'd love to just kind of talk through this as we start to wind down and what your thought process is. I mean, everything from, you know, the brake sliding wheel with the dirt flying. I mean, you thinking all these things out in your head as you're planning out your storyboards?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, you know, I don't necessarily do storyboards. It's, you know, storyboards end up costing a lot of money and taking a lot of time, but I do love old-fashioned whiteboarding sessions. Bly and I sat down at the whiteboard in our office with one of our producers, Thea Hardy, and we started whiteboarding ideas. Like we had actually brainstormed the idea of the kind of rewinding into the day for another project, but this just seemed like the perfect application was this morning film. And so I'll do shot lists. I'll oftentimes create just, you know, in words, oh, I could see this scene, and then I break down the shots. Just in writing, I'll say river crossing, and then river crossing, I might say, you know, close up on tire, point of view from helmet, wide shot to establishing shot to get them into the river. But so I like to kind of just type it out, so I always have a list in my back pocket, really, or on my phone that I can look at and kind of check the boxes. This was really simple, small footprint production. Here we are shooting the office scene. It's just a Nikon Z7 on a tripod. So we did use a big drone. This is
this is the biggest part of the production right here.
Yeah, that's right. When Sean came out, and I said he came out one morning and one evening. I think it might have been 2 mornings and 1 evening. And the reason we're using a big drone is we wanted to fly this camera.
Right.
You know, today there are much, much smaller drones, but we wanted this lensing and this high resolution 4K file that's super sharp and overcranked at 120 frames. So here we are, you know, that's our big helicopter pad. We think that's hilarious that we land on this little helicopter.
I know I've seen Sean in action wearing his pilot outfit too.
We did buy Sean, if you ever run into Sean Haverstock, we bought him a real flight suit with dog tags, but he refuses to wear it. I actually think we get better footage when he wears it, but he does own that suit. And, you know, we follow all of the OSHA guidelines. These are, you know, this is exactly how OSHA recommends filming off the roof of a van. And this is actually, don't try this at home, kids. We don't recommend that. But a lot of it was shot like this. It's me sitting with the, you know, balancing the Z7 on my knee with a ME1 microphone, Nikon ME1 microphone plugged into the camera.
Right.
And a lot of it's real quick and dirty. I'm just moving, you know, here it is, set the camera in the dirt, oh, by the way, Kyle Smain was the athlete. Because I'm in the mindset of talking about production. No. This is possible because we had an incredible athlete.
I'm envious of Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle's he's a world-class, all-around outdoor adventure athlete. But you can see this is not sophisticated. It's the stock lens that might be the maybe that's a 35 or a 50.
Looks like a 35 one.
35, yep, 35. You can see I have a step-up ring on the end so that I can put 77 millimeter filters on it. Here's Sean running with a Movi M5. I mean, this is the most inexpensive Movi available, but it works for this purpose, running across a rock dome.
This is fascinating.
Here it is mounting the Z7 to the onto the drone, and you can see this is really important. There's an ND filter on the front. We're using a lot of neutral density.
You're in daylight, right, to counter the exposure.
That's right. We want to still control our aperture. We want to be shooting fairly wide open. There we are standing behind the drone trying to really just, you know, capture more compelling content. But this is pretty small footprint. I mean, this is, you know, here it is, 3 of us out there having fun, laughing at each other and celebrating great shots when we get them.
Listen, thank you so much. I mean, again, 30 minutes is a short period of time, and you and I can talk for hours on this stuff, and we have at times on our different productions. So thank you for coming. Again, if you missed any part of this segment or any of the programs that we've run live so far, you can go back on Nikon Live because we're going to post them and you can watch them as many times as you want. We're going to take another 15-minute break, and we're going to have Jeromy Young from Atomos and Steve Heiner from Nikon. We're going to talk about Apple ProRes RAW. So thank you again, Corey. Thanks for being here with us. I know you're taking off. You came in this morning. You're going out today to do something else, and I'll see you in Tahoe next week. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll come back in 15.
To use it on my next job.
Sometimes an innovation comes along that allows you to see things like you never have before. When you see something that's beyond the reach of the eye, suddenly brought very close and suddenly made real, you can't help but be filled with a certain delight and wonder. I think a camera like this allows us to do that in a way that I haven't seen another zoom ever do. You want to check out this camera?
Sure.
This is the zoom button up here. This is the little trigger up here. That's how you zoom. And you guys can just zoom in and you'll see what you'll see.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, okay.
That is insane. That is insane.
That is super crazy.
That's crazy. That's freaking crazy, man.
It's amazing.
Isn't that crazy?
It is.
It's absolutely amazing. The clarity of the image is incredible.
It's so clear. Like, I'm amazed.
Holy cow.
This is cool.
This is really cool.
That's so cool.
Amazing.
Wow.
As a photographer, to have a single tool that can take you from a wide shot to something that is almost telescopic, it's a bit of a game changer in what you can do with a single camera. It's an emotional experience to be suddenly brought so close to something that was so out of reach in a way that shows you more detail than you thought was there. And that's an experience that will bring a smile to anyone's face.
I'm on the moon.
That is unbelievable.
Now that is a zoom. Only Nikon can do this. Just incredible.
This is like one of those like planet Earth, like.
Exactly.
I feel like David Attenborough.
So gorgeous too.
This is so cool.
It's so pretty. It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Doesn't get much better than this.
You can see everything down there.
You can see everything.
You can see everything, literally.
I don't think any camera I've ever seen can do that. I've never seen a camera like that.
I've never seen anything like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nikon Studio here at the NAB Show 2019. And we've got a very special program coming up that addresses some really great new technology called Apple ProRes RAW. And with us today, we have Jeromy Young, the CEO of Atomos. We are honored to have you at the booth, so thank you for being here. And we've got Senior Technical Manager and my former Nikon School partner, Mr. Steve Heiner, with us today. And I can tell you, sitting up here, I am not the video person, which is great because I feel like I'm going to learn a ton. And we have got a lot of people tuning in that are really high on this notion of being able to capture raw video. So we're going to get into this discussion. And I want to start with you first, Steve. We're here at the show, and we're obviously pushing and talking a lot about the Nikon Z series camera, in particular the Z6, which fits for filmmakers a little bit better than the Z7.
Right.
But talk about it. What makes these cameras so special for creating video content?
Well, just to rewind just a little bit, you know we've been coming to the NAB show for a number of years.
Absolutely, right.
We brought a great line of DSLR cameras, which are capable of shooting HD video, of course. We've brought our full range of lenses and all of our history and all of our experience in still photography to a rather different sort of environment. And of course, a lot of people recognize our brand. They would come by and tell us great stories about using NIKKOR lenses, even for filmmaking. And of course, we knew eventually we were going to take all of this all these recommendations and all the things that we heard at the NAB show from customers, like everybody here and everybody out there watching, and incorporate those into a camera system that would leverage our ability to incorporate video in a platform that is conducive to using it as a video vehicle. And that's where the Z6 and the Z7, now as a full-frame mirrorless cameras with a whole new line of lenses, has really paid off. And of course, we're here showing them for the very first time.
And I know, Steve, you love video, right? That was a big part of you getting into the imaging business, even before you became a still photographer, no?
Yeah, I used to shoot with my dad's 8mm Instamatic movie camera. We used to have to shoot everything.
Have you still got it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
I've still got my dad's one as well.
Recently. I don't know if I could ever get film for it, but it's a great piece of nostalgia. But we used to have to shoot all of our scenes in order because I didn't have the ability to edit. And then I kind of gave up on it because it was out of the realm of most individuals, especially novices, that you could really do quality filmmaking in the 70s, 80s, 90s.
Right.
Then, of course, the whole computer revolution came along. And, of course, you and I were there at the beginning of our digital photography. What I wanted to say was that, you know, we took for granted a lot of the things that are now coming to the fore in video for us now also. I know we were going to talk about that as well, but I was very excited to see products that I could actually make movies for myself.
Right, which goes back to Nikon being the first camera company to come out with a DSLR, the D90, that actually recorded 720p video.
Yes.
And that was new to the industry. Nobody else had something like that. It's the HDMI out that's the key, though, right?
It is.
To being able to record through that, and we're going to dig deeper into the technology. But Jeromy, talk to me a little bit about Atomos, how Atomos came into the picture, a little bit of the history of what you've done with this company, and how you ended up connecting with Nikon.
Yeah, so about 20 years ago, I moved to Japan as a 22-year-old and didn't speak a word of Japanese. Thought it was a good idea to go try something different. Well, you can't find a more different place.
Full immersion.
Than Japan. And so I stayed there 7 years, and I ended up, after about 6 months of the normal teaching English, I was an engineer, but I kind of took some time off. And I said to my wife, look, I want to go find a real job. And so I was teaching English, and I was teaching the president of a company called Canopus, who got bought by Grass Valley later. And anyway, the president liked me, and he said, you're going to come and work for me when I wanted to go back home. So I ended up staying for 7 years. I was doing video editing, capture boards, etc. So I took that concept and put it on top of the camera. Let's capture high speed direct from the sensor. So we formed a little team to start a company called Atomos. And we decided that we'd put the capture card on the camera and we'd go to our good friends at Apple, who we'd been making capture cards for years, at a little company at the time called Blackmagic Design that I built their sales marketing channel for many years. And then we started Atomos. The CTO of Blackmagic and I went away and started Atomos. And our key bit was record to editing formats, high quality post-production formats at the camera.
Right.
So I got to pitch to, luckily enough, through some friends, to Mr. Jobs for about 10 minutes in the hallway with my Ninja case. And he said, I like your case.
Quite the moment.
Yeah. Obviously a very special moment now. And he gave us ProRes. He said, I like the idea. You can put ProRes under license inside that device. Touchscreen. We did a lot of research on decks and iPhones had just come out and, you know, how it all works. So we made a touch interface like that. Then we needed cameras to record from. And all the cameras had really poor HDMI output. Some of the brands still have 8-bit output at 420 out of the HDMI, which means you can't do green screen, you can't do CG effects, you can't do a bunch of them. So I'm there like going, give me more resolution out of the HDMI, don't do it internally because I know it's hard, heat, etc., because it's video and you've got a small photography camera. So each development team in Japan over the last 8 years, Atomos is 8 years old now, I was beating on the head guy's door, as you guys know.
Yep.
Right, and I'll open up my not perfect Japanese language capability, but I get the message across. And you know what's happened? We did the D800 together.
Yes.
And it was the world's first 24p 4K video out, and we nailed it. We absolutely nailed it. D850, we put it across the whole line, together we put it across the whole line of Nikon cameras, right down, what was the lowest one? I mean, it was a little tiny
even
one.
D34, D3500,
yep.
That level of camera.
So what is it, 2012 that we did all that?
2012,
so then we did this lineup of, and I couldn't believe it when we did the photo, it was 11 cameras or something.
It was.
All recording ProRes. And that was a revolution. Why? Because cinema production has always been about the lenses and the depth of field, and exactly like photography, right? That's the difference.
When DSLR came in, that was the big thing, right?
Yeah.
Being able to shoot at f1.4.
Well, you're able to do what a film camera could do.
Right.
A cinema camera could do.
Yes.
Right.
Because they're the same things that a photographer does. Okay, the depth of field is like this, not this.
Yeah.
But you can work around that, right? And we saw all these great results.
And at
from
this
the
stage,
DSLR.
we're talking about Apple ProRes, not what we're going to talk about today, ProRes
Correct.
RAW.
So that's evolved,
right?
Right, that's evolved. And my request to not just Nikon, but all the camera makers in Japan, and we feel very privileged to have the relationship where we can talk to these major manufacturers. They trust us. I'm not running with Canon's story over to you, and vice versa.
Right.
We also have to deal with Apple and Adobe and those guys, so they have to trust that what you're giving us is also secret. So we feel very privileged to be able to hold those relationships. And
yes, non-disclosure is a big part of all of
course,
this.
of
and
course.
you have to be the perfect diplomat as well. I mean,
trying to be.
Right.
We are the Switzerland.
Yes.
But what it means is the allied forces together, right? So if you buy one of our products and you're a Nikon customer, or you buy one of our products and you're another camera maker customer, you should get the same advantages. Then it's up to the camera maker to offer more and more.
Yes.
And I am very proud to sit here and say that Nikon has stepped up dramatically in the last...
Say there was always one that rises to the top, and I would think that would be
There
Nikon,
is. And that was CES. So CES, we announced a bit of a coup. It was HDMI RAW out of a full-frame mirrorless camera. Not only was it a mirrorless camera, it was the first mirrorless camera from Nikon.
Yeah.
And that combination let them focus on the great bits that photographers need, give a lot of the video high quality stuff over to us. We work together to make sure the image is perfect on our devices and in the edit with Apple. And it means that they can be a real photographer and they can be a real filmmaker at their choice at the same time with the same camera.
So Steve, you mentioned a little bit about technology and the Z series cameras that's so important. Talk about the video features that really appeal to you and that have made a difference in this business.
Well, first of all, I mean, I have to say that we as still photographers have taken for granted far too long the versatility of a raw file. And now, of course, the entry level in this industry to get to a raw file is a very, very high entry level. So this is revolutionary. So for the first time now, young up-and-coming videographers can take advantage, just like we did as photographers transitioning from film to digital, the advantage of a raw image that can be used out of the camera to its full potential. Obviously shooting JPEGs in the camera is very much like shooting 8-bit video.
Exactly.
There's only so far as you can push it before it breaks. So this is probably one of the most freeing aspects of this collaboration, is the ability to have that seriously high level of technology at an entry-level price.
Which then takes you into a realm of post-production that gives you far more creative freedom than you've had before.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and this seems like this is huge.
It's huge, and I think I just want to highlight one thing. Why it's huge is unless you get this type of collaboration where there's ideas flowing between two organizations, you don't get things like stabilization data. You don't get things like GPS data. You don't get things like color matrices sent over proprietary connections, right? And in that, if you look at, I love what Nikon does with the robots. I love the automation stuff you guys are into.
I mean, stuff this show is off the charts.
This format can record all of that. If a robot's taking the image, we can be recording that in the file. And then what does that mean? It means now we're capturing we've got lens data, we've got lens distortion data from you guys because you made the lens.
Right.
It's huge. And what it means is every file from this point forward in a raw format with lots and lots of metadata in it, everyone's moving AI, everyone's moving machine learning. All these robots are going in that direction. Everything we do is going in that direction, but you need data to make that work properly.
Yes.
And we are right now giving all that data. Is everyone using it yet? No, but that ecosystem is growing. A year down the track, we've got 12 cameras supported, of which you guys are 2, and I'm sure there's more to come. And we expect around 20 plus cameras to be recording ProRes RAW. So not only are you a leader, you're also part of a pretty exclusive club that allows users to proliferate a format. And I can definitely tell you that Apple is 100% behind computer processing of RAW, using all the metadata, all the things we do together, they're going to take care of on the other side in the computer, which is great to know.
Great.
So this is amazing. So we come to the industry with the Z camera, Steve. Autofocus technology, that's pretty much a first. We've got 5-axis VR built into these cameras. You have 4K, full frame video. You've got slow motion. You can actually capture slow motion that's produced in camera or slow motion that can be produced in post.
External.
So, I mean, what more do you need?
Was one of the things I wanted to mention also for those, we meet a lot of people at the NAB show, no matter what brand of camera they might have been shooting or might be shooting. Many of them have adapted NIKKOR lenses to their cameras. And here's the big advantage to the Z cameras with that in-body image stabilization. Now they can take advantage of stabilization that didn't exist in their original NIKKOR lenses. So the ability to mount over 90 current AF lenses and to retrofit over 360 different types of NIKKOR lenses we've made throughout the decades.
Right, so compatibility, it's been huge for us from the history of this
filmmakers we found will go out and they'll find weird lenses, old antique lenses. They like the particular look.
I see you picking up lenses left and right.
I know, I've been buying a lot of old lenses.
You're not an eBay boy, are you?
I've seen a lot of excitement in you lately and the purchases you made.
I find some real gems up there.
So, Jeromy, let's talk a little bit. I mean, you're here debuting the Ninja 5.
Yep. Sorry, the Shogun 7. Ninja 5 is the HDMI RAW announcement at CES. So that's,
gotcha.
And the Shogun 7 is the big brother. It accepts the RAW signal from the...
Gotcha.
So you can choose a small, lighter version, or you can choose a larger but more capable screen. And what we've done is, it's a pretty special product because normally, unless you go to the high-end 10 grand TVs today, and this was a year ago not even possible, you only had edge-lit screens. So you could only turn on 100% of the backlight or 50% of the backlight. So you couldn't go to the sun and crank it up. The TVs today can do that because they zone the screens with direct backlights, direct LEDs behind, in as many zones as they can. Well, we've stuck 360 LEDs, which are equivalent to an 18 by 16 pixel range. And it means that we can control in 0 to 1,000,000 gradations from black to white through all the grays. And we can basically shade and shadow the image. And we've also thrown in 105% DCI-P3, so the colors saturate beautifully. And we've got this amazing screen technology that shows what? NIKKOR lens crispness and color profile and the sensor capture of that in RAW. And we're processing in real time because we worked with you guys, but it's still RAW.
Yeah. You got to see this. He showed me earlier. It's absolutely amazing.
So we're a very casual group here. Steve, you want to grab that clicker and give it to Jeromy? Did you want to punch through some slides while we're doing this?
Yeah, I definitely do. So I've got a few things. I'll just skip by a couple of slides and go to...
This is for anybody that's into speed viewing.
Yeah, that's right. So this is Shogun 7, right? There's the screen. I mean, it's just insane. Please come and have a look at it. There's a lot of people trying to capture it with phones and look at the difference between normal screens. The good thing is this zone backlight shows up really well on phones because it literally has different brightness, whereas every other screen has one brightness across it, so it's just and you can't really see the detail in it. So that's, I guess, a secondary thing, because when the journos were taking photos of it, you could really see the screen quite well. So that's the Shogun 7. It's $14.99. It's not crazy. You know, the next best thing is probably about 25 grand in professional panels. It's really amazing. We spent 3 years developing it, right? Now, come and see that. It's compatible with all the Nikon, but this is a big thing that comes out of the Ninja 5 and the Shogun 7. We've teamed up with Dolby to real-time analyze the play-out and capture from the camera and output HDMI to a Dolby Vision-capable TV, that 10 grand TV or the 5 grand TV, so that the director can see not only through the viewfinder and on the unit, and monitoring while he's recording, he can look at it on a screen at the same time, not in my color processing profile.
In his.
In Dolby's 20 years of editing, different nit values for cinema, collecting all that data. They haven't told me this, but it looks like it's a bit of a machine learning thing that they've popped out at the end saying, I know all the situations. And what it is it queries the TV, says, what are you capable of? And the TV says, I'm 1,000 nits, and I'm DCI-P3, and I can accept 4K P60. So it marries up the curves and sends the best HDR signal for that quality TV at the time. So
that's awesome.
It scales with your new TV. And what really it is the directors doing these big films, they can see their creative intent on the camera, on the unit with the producers and, the gaffers, etc., and then definitely on the TV where you're going to hit Netflix play.
So we get what you were talking about content, Steve. We have something to show.
You have something to show?
Yeah.
Video?
I do. Just show you quickly the Dolby Vision workflow. You go camera, into log and raw, into processing on the screen, and then real-time play out to a Dolby Vision TV, all happening simultaneously. There's the 360 zones on the Shogun.
That's impressive.
Right, so we can really make that image tuned for what we're representing. And then the Shogun also has switching on the back of it, so you can take, for example, your... You can put your Ninja 5 HDMI, right? And then I'm going to flick back because my stories are a little bit disjointed. And this is the new module that we just announced called an SDI, Atomos SDI module. You can add that, and now your Z6 and, Z6 and Z7.
You can
I'm going to change
Z6.
So everyone understands me.
We are a global company. Z6,
Z6 and
okay.
Z7 are now SDI cameras for broadcast situations,
isn't that great?
for stadium
incredible.
situations. And you're recording raw at the same time. So not only you've got the cinema quality, but you've got the infrastructure of half these companies that I'm really not sure how they say stay alive, but apparently there's infrastructure that they support. So this is to tack into that. And the last thing I just want to talk about as I move forward is this Ninja 5. We're very proud of it. All of the things that we've done, the user interface, how easy it is to use. I know a lot of your customers, mutual customers, yours interface has improved a lot on that touch side.
Yes, it has.
So they're loving the combo of it. And we won a Red Dot Award for the external design and the UI, which we're really, really proud of. It's our first one. And to get in on the radar on that, I think it just shows the combination of products is super important. The last thing I want to talk about is the Filmmakers kit. Filmmakers kit from Nikon and Atomos. And who's your gimbal guy?
Moza. Moza Air 2.
What else is in it? How many lenses you got in it?
We've got one lens in there. Z6. We've got the FTZ converter, so you can attach F-mount lenses to it. Rode Video Microphone Pro.
Need that,
And the Moza Air, and of course the Ninja 5.
Ninja 5. You just got to buy a disc, a cable, and you're away.
Yeah, we've got the AC with the Ninja 5, so we recommend buying some batteries. But you could go AC right out of the box.
So why did we do that, Steve? Why did we put that bundle together?
Well, we want to bring this great technology to the masses. And I mean, you talk about the price of entry. There is such a killer savings on buying this as a kit. $4,000, $3,999.
Is it $1,200 saving or $1,500 saving?
At least $1,200 in savings.
Yeah.
There's also a Vimeo Pro membership in there for a year.
That's awesome.
So to me, I mean, you're throwing around all these great terms, and you've actually inspired me to want to dig into this more. Is this for high-end professionals?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, we are seeing. We had to do a lot of analysis on our business last year. We went to the public market in Australia. It was a great experience, and there's a lot of explaining of your markets that you wouldn't normally do to yourself, so you got to do it to other people. Social, pro video, entertainment. They're the three sectors we see. And this right now, with the Ninja 5, is going nuts in the bottom end of pro video and the top end of social, right, where the biggest mass market is. And that's the main camera, single camera, 1 or 2 camera shoot. As soon as you go mid-tier pro video into the end of pro video, kind of broadcast end, then you start to get multiple camera angles, and we all know that that's the future of multicam video, etc. They're using these. They might use a bigger camera that they're used to for the main lock-off shot or main camera, and then they'll use 2 of these and they can all be ProRes RAW. So what we're seeing is that bigger end, they're getting more and more cameras, more and more monitors, and then you go into entertainment where they've got tiers of productions, which are under 500 grand production where the kit is bought and it's cheaper. So we're definitely on the table for that because it's sub 4 grand, right? And then you go mid-tier $2 million stuff to $5 million stuff, and they're buying more and more of these as second, third, fourth, stunt cameras, visual effects cameras, blow 'em up cameras, right? But it's all super high quality. And these guys have $40 million budgets. So, 100 4 grand cameras. Why not? Let's do it. So we see that spectrum of range.
Right.
So this is not just for the video professionals. This is coming down, and then once you hit social in the bottom end of pro video, then they are photographers coming into video, and then I go, Steve, can you take those guys? Because they listen to you when you say, we've been dealing with RAW, it's awesome, we can give you that in video.
Right.
We've got the lenses for you, we've got the sensor for you, we've got the recording for you.
Right.
Let me show you what that is, hence the Filmmakers kit to step them into it.
So you're saying as a still photographer, I'd be equally impressed or interested in using this technology?
Absolutely.
As a content creator?
Wouldn't you say, Steve?
Absolutely, and it's one of those things where maybe you haven't had a lot of video experience, but because you're already technically adept with the camera and the way that it works, it's a very, I would say, a very easy learning curve. Quite honestly, when you start at this level, then you start to learn, and here you are learning ProRes RAW right out of the chute with a very soon, once we announce this firmware upgrade, you'll be able to output the sort of output capability that that Jeremy's talking about, much higher productions. But I'm just very excited about a lot of still photographers moving over, and a lot of young people coming up who want to corner YouTube or whatever Vimeo corner.
And
of
I
the
think the photographers, right, with RAW and wider dynamic range in video, are actually in a very strong position.
I think they'll understand it.
Well, they do. They talk in stops. They talk in color profiles and looks. And that's what cinema guys do. And you guys have got the lenses and the sensor, and we're giving you the recording.
Yeah.
There is no reason you can't produce a Hollywood movie with these Z6 and Z7 cameras. And that is phenomenal. So that market of photo into social and in the bottom end of pro video, I think it's a huge market for us to pull those photographers, kicking and streaming sometimes. But don't be afraid, people, because all the knowledge you have is definitely applicable to the HDR stops game of cinema production. So not only do the photographers actually know what they're talking about, all the terminology might be slightly different, but once they learn it, it's all the same. And then on the cinema side, right, you got these paid platforms delivering only super high quality. So we need super high quality down here because we won't accept it if it's not cinema quality anymore. YouTube used to be full of just amateur videos. Now it's full of real videos.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
Yes.
And it's cinematic all the time.
That's important too. So talk to me a little bit, because every time I've seen technology change, we had more resolution, we had more of this, more of that, all of these things coming together. How do I process all of this? What do I need to process Apple ProRes RAW?
Well, you need to, like any production, and any image capture, you need to make sure you've got the right lens for the job. Make sure you've got a sensor that is capable of capturing what you want to deliver, and then you make sure that you're recording the right format to not lose any of the creative process down the track. And this combination has that.
Do I need a supercomputer here? Do I have to get something that's, you know?
That's the beauty of ProRes RAW. Apple have taken care of CPU, GPU performance, and it's like butter.
Yeah.
You know, we get 10 streams of real time of ProRes RAW base flavor on the latest machines, but you don't need 10. I'm not doing 10 camera shoots here.
No.
2 or 3 cameras. Insert a graphic title, picture in picture, all in RAW, away you go. Final Cut's doing it exceptionally well. They've just opened it up, that ecosystem, to many other software makers, so they're doing their job to proliferate that ecosystem and keep ProRes a standard across the board.
So Apple ProRes RAW is all of that and more.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
it's the power of ProRes and the flexibility of RAW.
Right.
And that's the message we came with last year. We're very consistent in that message. ProRes is the right tool for the computer workflow.
Now you just have to get used to shooting a moving image instead of bang, 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 bang.
I see the world moving around me.
He's an amazing still photographer, but I think that if there's ever a hurdle, I don't think the technology is the hurdle anymore.
Right.
It's the mindset. It's
a
seeing
fear.
things in motion.
Right, getting over that fear factor, because I know, you know, raw files and still photography, so critically important, and some people look at it as a safety net, but some people look at it as that way to get into editing, to do really fine-tuned editing to the still images that you create, and that's so powerful. So this was great, and Jeromy, thank you for coming here. As we wind this down, is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
people?
We have what us Aussies call a raffle, and the English call it that too. I think you guys call it a giveaway or something like
raffle.
that.
Raffle.
Raffle's all right.
Contest, raffle.
We use it in the market. I'm very sensitive about not being understood here. So every year we do this raffle, as you know. You were across us for a few years. It gets pretty big.
Oh yeah.
And we would give away traditionally, you know, Atomos products. This year, because of the great partnerships we have and all the cool things we've done together, we're giving away a Filmmakers kit, $4,000 worth.
Nice.
Plus our sumos and different things for different production, types of production. And Steve's going to come up and help me give it away.
We'll be there.
This afternoon.
Yep.
And really proud to be able to do that. We've got a video for the audience out there to show them how people use the Filmmakers kit. And there's a bunch of really high-profile Nikon ambassadors who have been helping us shoot some stuff.
Yes.
And I just want to throw to that video and watch what... Have you guys got that? Who's got the video?
Is it push the button? Maybe it's in the
so.
program. And
boom.
If not, welcome to live TV.
Here we go.
No. Out. There it is.
There we go.
Nope, wrong video.
Wrong video? Where is it?
Well, is there some place they can see this video? Have you posted this video somewhere?
Yeah, we have. So if you go up to our Vimeo and YouTube stations, you can see the Filmmakers kit promotion on that station.
Well, this is great. We see a little bit of technology. We see your products. We see our products, and it's a nice video to close out with. So this was great because this segment was from you, the manufacturer, and the brains behind all this from the technology. And we're going to move forward. We're going to take a 15-minute break, but the next program coming up, you mentioned Nikon Ambassador Lucas Gilman, who's actually put this to the test, who's actually created a really nice piece called Passages that we're going to talk about next. So, Steve, thank you for being here. You're going to come back in the next segment. Jeromy, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure.
I got to tell you, your energy has made me want to run out and put a Filmmakers kit together and go do this. Because Steve knows I do love being a camera operator. I never really thought beyond that, but this has totally inspired me. I'm sure some of you viewers to want to go out there and do more of this.
We'll get you in there.
I feel like it's a little easier for me, a little less intimidating now.
We're trying to bridge the gap, photo to video, guys.
That's it.
They're merging. Who's going to win? Video guys or photo guys?
So if you're at the show,
both win.
check out the Nikon cameras. If not, go to the best company in the world in Atomos to look at their products and be there for that raffle. How do I win? You just come up there and...
You got to come up. You got to get a demo.
Yep.
You have to sit through at least 30-second demo, and then we'll give you.
But you're going to see a demo of some of the greatest content out there.
That's it. And half of the content's on the Nikons.
Here's
do we have it?
Right there.
Oh, here we go. It is there. Well done.
One of the things I've noticed about the Atomos that is really beneficial is that there's more detail in these highlight areas. When I'm looking out here, this is definitely overexposed, but I have more guts, more detail to chew on visually when I'm looking at the Atomos screen, and obviously you're still exposed properly for inside. So I'm looking at this, it's overexposed to be sure, but I know I can pull that back in post. So I can see the richness of color, I can see what the final product will look like I'm in much better shape assessing things when I'm looking at the Atomos screen. This system, the Z6, is the iteration, I think. The Z6 in terms of quality and compactness, the in-camera stabilization, the overall quality, especially now that you've got the complement of running it through the Atomos system, storing it and recording it on the Atomos, elevates the game across the board. We're here on the streets of Brooklyn with Mike Grippy, a young filmmaker, photographer, and musician. It's an age-old story, coming to the big city and trying to make it. And what better opportunity to show the strength of the Z6 in liaison with the Atomos system, shooting light and fast on the street, guerrilla filmmaking, moving quickly. That's what this camera is absolutely suited for. Cool. The pace of the shoot is, it's fast, you know? I mean, you know, this is a great way to keep up with it, really. I mean, there's so many moving parts. That's an amazing thing to try to get used to as a longtime still photographer, where I'm looking for one declarative moment. Here, I'm looking for a series of bits and pieces. And there's backtracking, there's doing things over, there's the possibility of a shot that you don't want to let go of. So what do you need? You need something that's responsive and quick and can enable this kind of shooting. And I pretty much got it in my hands. So it's great to be able to scrub through this stuff, see it while you're in the field. Nighttime New York, Times Square, crossroads of the world. It's a perfect setting for the Nikon Z6. Full frame, great resolution, great color response, great high ISO. In-camera stabilization, it's the perfect tool for a setting like this. Threw a lot of challenges at the camera, and what we did today was just amazing in terms of the amount of work we were able to get done in a very economical and easygoing package of equipment.
Warn me about this.
And it works seamlessly with the auto, using a servo to zoom in. We're letting the camera do all of the focusing, and it's been working great, and it keeps it tack sharp. It made a very complicated move much, much easier.
Hey, Stacy, are you still at the party? I'm trying to hit.
I like to have an on-set editor, and we're basically taking the footage from the card after every big setup that we do. That's what Nick's doing right now. He's putting together a small edit of everything we shot yesterday, and we're bringing it back here to back it up immediately, and then we start cutting it together. That way, if we have what we need and we're in a crunch for time, we can just move on to the next setup after we've seen a little bit of it cut together. So, last thoughts on this thing. I think this is going to change the game for filmmakers. I think it changed the game for me on this set. I've seen this camera do things that other Nikons have never done before for filmmaking. I can't wait for people to get their hands on this and experience just how powerful of a camera this is. I think people are absolutely going to love this as a tool.
My name is Conor McDonald. I'm from Liverpool, England, and I am an entertainment and wildlife photographer. I've gone from photographing in small clubs and pubs in Liverpool to traveling the world. In the last year I've switched to Nikon, and that was purely based on not just the photo qualities but the video qualities as well, and how easy it is to switch in between both of them, because in my job it's so run and gun, I have to constantly change between the two. I've seen a lot of creators come to Dubai, and I wanted to come and test out the Z6 here. There's been so many different shooting scenarios in Dubai. I've been shooting in small seaplanes, hot air balloons, in the desert, a live performance. Without the Z6, it just wouldn't have been possible. The Z6's autofocus has been really good at tracking cars, wildlife, performers on stage, and I haven't missed a single shot. The Z6's ability of shooting in low light has really impressed me. On this shoot I haven't used a single external light, and I wouldn't have been able to do that without the Z6, and it won't just help me but it'll help anyone that shoots video solo. Features that I'd normally expect on a much bigger camera, like being able to shoot full HD, 120p, slow motion, being able to get very cinematic looking shots. When I use an external recorder on a Z6, I can shoot 10-bit N-Log. Having N-Log footage means that when it comes to post, I can bring out all the details, be it clouds in the sky, you know, reflections in the buildings, so I can get the look exactly as I want when it comes to the grade. Using the NIKKOR Z lenses from when I've been using autofocus on them has been amazing to see that there's absolutely no breathing whatsoever. The mount adapter has allowed me to use all my f-mount lenses as well, which has been amazing, and all my long zoom lenses for the wildlife, and it gives me all the access to all the tools I use on a day-to-day basis. Having used the Z6 in Dubai and seeing what it can do, I'm really excited to use it on my next job.
Welcome back to Nikon Studio here at NAB. My name is Mike Corrado, your host for the programs over the first 2 days of this show. And we have a really great program talking about Apple ProRes RAW. Now, we just did a segment prior to this with Jeromy Young of Atomos, and we talked about the technical side of all of this. Now we want to take it from the creative side, and an artist that I have known for many, many years now, Nikon ambassador Lucas Gilman. And we turned to Lucas and said, you know, here is the Z6 camera. Here is some firmware that we are working with and testing for Apple ProRes. And let's put this all together with Atomos and get you out there creating a really nice program. Along with us again, we've got Steve Heiner, our Senior Technical Manager. Steve and I used to run Nikon School together, travel around the country, touring. But I want to start off, and for those tuning in fresh now, Steve, give a little bit about your background, then we'll turn it over to Lucas, and you can give us a little history about your artistic abilities in this world.
Yeah, my background's pretty boring compared to this guy. But right. As we all started out as still photographers, even before my interest in still photography, I was interested in making movies. And I would shoot movies with my friends on an 8mm Kodak Instamatic movie camera. Kodachrome film. We had to shoot everything in a linear fashion because there was no editing back then. And I kind of gave up filmmaking because it was just too difficult. I always wanted to be in filmmaking one way or another. Then I discovered still photography, you know, the usual yearbook, high school staff. I was on a newspaper staff. I was a photojournalist for a while. Then joined Nikon 34 years ago, and Mike and I both started about the same time. He's got a bit of an edge on me, but we lived through the whole digital revolution. We shot film. We taught Nikon School back in the film days.
Slides.
Then the digital age came along, of course, and everything changed. And what we're going to talk about today, what we were talking about with Jeromy also, was how we as still photographers, I think, have taken for granted a very long time the affordability or the versatility of having a RAW file.
Which is very important, because if you think back, when the first digital cameras that came out with JPEG and TIFF. There wasn't a RAW file format until we created the NEF file for Nikon cameras, a Nikon electronic file. And that's when we got really deep into digital and the abilities of...
I don't need to get too geeky, but the NEF file actually even predated our first digital cameras. It was developed for our scanners.
That's right, this cool scanner.
But we truly unlocked the RAW format when it came off of the D1 sensor. Now, of course, we didn't meet Jeromy and his group until 2012, but they were able to actually export that HDMI signal out of those digital cameras like we do today and create some fantastic footage on his Atomos devices. But I think Lucas will he'll talk to that and show you some impressive results. So,
Lucas, give us a little background on your career before we get started.
So I started out in newspapers going on 20 years ago, and I transitioned from newspapers after I really wanted to focus on quality. I love working for newspapers, but it was like you'd be sent out at high noon to do a portrait, and I wanted to focus on quality over quantity. And that's really what has drawn me to the Nikon cameras over the years, is that consistent quality. And specifically this new Z series camera, the Z6 and the Z7, when I heard that it was going to shoot ProRes RAW, and then I could go from, you know, simple, you know, H.264 to a RAW file, that's when my ears were buzzing about this, because it was like I could now, and that's where shooting, you know, RAW stills over the years, I was able to go, wow, I can actually shoot a RAW file as well, and that's where, you know, the light switch went on for me.
And we're going to talk about that through this production you've created, Passages, and we're going to show this whole piece, and we're actually going to debut this here today at NAB.
Today.
So this is the first time people are seeing this publicly. Oh, that's great. Steve, talk to me a little bit. Let's take a step back to the Z6 and Z7 and the video capabilities of this camera. Let's run through some of the cool features, and now we pile on top of that Apple ProRes RAW.
Right, well, the cameras themselves, the Z6, Z7, of course, the Z6 is the camera that we're really showing off here, because primarily the difference is because it has lower resolution than the Z7, we can actually obtain a direct pixel readout at 4K across the entire width of the full frame sensor.
Right.
So that's a big deal whether you're shooting in FX format or DX format. You have a full pixel readout 4K from both of those formats. So even if you're using prime lenses, you can crop in the camera and you're still getting that high quality output directly out of the Z6. Obviously, we have the what I would consider kind of a sort of a bridge technology in there with the same great intervalometry and time-lapse camera or photo sequence creation in both of these cameras, which a lot of multimedia photographers like Lucas use, mixing
built in 4K, right?
Yeah, that's right, the 4K along with the 4K in-camera time lapses that can be created. Never mind, you can make 8K time lapses.
And the camera does all that processing for you.
Well, in the case of the 4K output for time lapses, it's an awesome tool to be able to do that sort of high-quality still photography, intervalometry, and high-quality 4K video directly in one camera. And now with the addition of these great accessories from Atomos and with the cooperation of Apple and ProRes RAW, I mean, the potential now at this level of camera, which is quite amazing, that at an entry-level camera of a mere $2,000, someone can be shooting what was only attainable in a camera of $50, $60, and on up $1,000. So it's a pretty revolutionary thing. We are the first camera to be able to record ProRes RAW via HDMI, and that's a big deal.
So Lucas, take it from the creative standpoint of the artist that you are. Talk a little bit about the use of the Z6 in this project and some of the features that appeal to you, what was important to you, and then the importance of ProRes RAW.
Well, let's just start from the form factor. This is originally coming from a stills background. The form factor of video technology prior to this has been a big camera, lots of accessories, lots of gear, big crews.
Yep.
And with this small form factor, small camera, small recording device, you're able to go out and produce something pretty special. So from a form factor perspective, this was very interesting to me because I like to travel, and I travel more than 200 days a year, and I'm going into these crazy, wild, remote places. So the smaller and lighter the equipment is, the more likely I'm going to bring it along. As Corey Rich puts it, small footprint production. We no longer need to have these massive cameras. We can go out and produce raw 4K in a very small package. Having that raw file, and I'm going to talk about that raw file in a little bit here, having the ability to shoot basically above 100% and below 0 to have that full spectrum so that in my final color grade, my creativity can be shown, where before you're kind of baked in. It's almost like you're thinking of the difference between a raw file and a JPEG. JPEG's kind of baked.
That's a good analogy.
Once you're done, you're done. You can't really change it too much. But
that is cooked in camera. It is output. You can edit it after the fact, but you're now really taking that file to a different place.
Exactly. So my creativity, how I saw this scene in my mind's eye, that can really shine. That's something that's pretty phenomenal for me.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you can get lazy and say, we'll fix it in post.
Yeah.
It's still to your benefit that you get your exposure right, but the amount of latitude of exposure correction and color correction is so significantly beyond what we've been able to do.
That's really important, even shifting over to video, because my first impression was, oh, having RAW, I can screw video up and maybe get away with it now. And that's the layperson like me would think that. But
you'd be surprised at how much you can get away with, but of course it benefits you because the more precise and the more on target your exposure is, the smaller your files will be. But ultimately, the farther off you are on your exposure, your file size increases, but you still have the ability to correct for a lot of, whether they're mistakes or just an unfortunate incident.
So let me show a slide here that's going to kind of illustrate that.
Yeah.
This is essentially how this raw data comes in.
That looks like a very overexposed shot to me.
Well, the first time I saw this, I said, oh, I must have really messed this up. But I was like, wow. And looking at this scope here on the left, we're actually getting data recorded above 100% and below 0. So this is the raw data out of the camera. And what we need to do in our raw workflow here is we need to go raw to log. So basically that's giving that raw, basically ones and zeros, a direction to go. So we add basically a log to that, which brings it into this next slide, which is all of a sudden,
a little more data.
Which from a still photographer, you're like, oh, it's flat. It looks like nothing. But that's the beauty of shooting video in this 10-bit N-log in RAW, is that I have this completely flat file, which I can push.
So this is the way it's recorded.
This is the way it's recorded. So this gives me ultimate flexibility to do creative color grades, to make it true to life, to crush the blacks if I want to, or to have beautiful detail in the shadows all the way throughout.
I know this would freak you out if you saw this as a still photographer.
Well, when I saw that first picture, I was freaked out. I'm not freaked out as much, but where do we go from here?
Yeah.
So we've got our log applied. The next thing to do to see what we actually, our vision was to add a LUT. And we're going to go ahead and go to this little clip here, and it'll show you what adding a LUT or a lookup.
What is a LUT for anybody out there that may not know?
It's a lookup table. And there's millions of these LUTs out there. People have produced them for many, many years. There's creative LUTs. I actually produced this LUT in Photoshop by shooting a color card and going in and clicking on the white dropper on the color card, what was white, what is gray, and what is black. And that brings in your contrast basically from that really flat file and a little bit of color. So let's look at a clip real quick here, and it'll show you what this rolling footage looks like from this log, which you can see this is this log without a LUT. And about halfway through this clip, this LUT is going to be add or lookup table. And it's
so what you created from the white point to the black point, including the gray.
Exactly.
And now this is it.
And now this is it.
And that's possible because of the raw format.
Exactly. Which is a beautiful thing. Super exciting.
And this is part of Passages.
This is part of Passages. We're seeing some outtakes, some vignettes here, but yes,
does that play into the title Passages, Seeing the Unseen? Is that what you were thinking when you when you were producing this?
And that's partially because of the raw, Seeing the Unseen. You're able to capture details in the shadows and things that you never would have been able to do without shooting a raw format.
Let's talk a little bit about the creative, and we call you for this project, and now you have to go to work. From a blank sheet of paper, you have to create something. Talk a little bit about your mindset, what your motivation was. Is this an idea you had that you could apply, or did you come up with this from scratch on a white piece of paper?
Well, with every project or any new camera or technology, I like to try to go out and break it, see what it does well, what it doesn't do well. And I said, you know what, I live in California, it's a beautiful state. There is all kinds of contrast. There's dark shadows, deep forests, bright skies, there's beautiful water. I'm going to take it out in all kinds of environments, not just the perfect sunset light, beautiful golden light. This is middle of the day. I'm going to take it out into all kinds of environments and basically see what it does well and what it doesn't do so well. And I was absolutely astounded at the latitude, honestly, and you can speak to this in a filmmaker's perspective, having that latitude. I would prefer to have latitude over resolution any day. Like people go, well, what about 8K? I'm like, well, I'd rather have 4K with 12 stops of latitude than 8K with 6 stops of latitude, because for my vision to come to fruition, I need to have that flexibility, essentially. So.
So now.
So the idea was
basically essentially a filmmaker's kit.
Basically, I was given a filmmaker's kit, and the idea was to go out in California and go out and produce a nice little mini documentary, shooting ProRes RAW and ProRes HQ. And basically, and believe me, this is still, I guess, in the beta stages where it's coming out, I guess, maybe sometime in the future. But I was super excited to get my hands on this technology and be able to walk out my back door and essentially start filming something. And I think that's a really good point, is this technology at this price point is a game changer for still photographers, people in all walks of life. It is going to level the playing field. You no longer have to spend $25,000 on a professional kit to go out and shoot absolutely stunning video.
So Steve, take a little step back. Talk about the Filmmakers kit and what's in it for those that may not know.
We've put a couple of Filmmaker kits together for some of our DSLRs. Of course, it was the natural thing to do when the Z6 came out, because it's kind of our featured video camera, being that it's 24 megapixel and the attributes I was talking about earlier. So we got together with Atomos and we put a Ninja 5 in the kit. We also got together with Moza and their Moza Air 2 electronic gimbal, which is fantastic for steadying your shots. We also put a Rode Video Pro microphone in the kit, and the cables. All you need is a disk drive for the Ninja and a pair of batteries. It comes already with the AC supply, and of course it has a Z6, 24 to 70 f4, and our FTZ lens mount converter, so that you can attach any f-mount lenses directly to
that's pretty big, right? How many lenses can you attach to that FTZ?
Over 90 current Nikon lenses can be attached with full operation. And this is the best part, my favorite part, is that you can actually attach over 360 different types and iterations of NIKKORs that we've made over the past number of decades. So filmmakers who have been adapting NIKKOR lenses to whatever camera they're using will love this, because it's a Nikon-made lens adapter that will allow you to use these old great pieces of glass on a brand new camera and reap all the benefits of it, including in-body stabilization, which a lot of these lenses never had. So it's great. And so for the whole kit, the whole kit and caboodle, as we say, is $4,000. So
that sounds like a really great price point.
About a $1,200 savings overall.
And of course, you and I, Nikon reps, we get excited about this and everything. Well, you're the Nikon rep, right?
I think anybody who's interested in filmmaking on the entry level has to be interested in the amount of value that they're going to save, and they've got nearly everything that they need to really go out and do what Lucas did.
So take
Minus
away
his
from
talent,
there,
of course.
Right. Now from somebody who's actually had the experience of using all this stuff together, talk a little bit about the FTZ mount, because I know some people are leery about mounts or adapters rather, and you know, oh, it's not going to work well. My experience as a still photographer, I just shot a beautiful KISS concert with the 7200 adapted, the F-mount NIKKOR, tack sharp, no loss of light, no loss of focal length or change of focal length. From your perspective, though, Lucas, how important was that to you?
Well, to me, it's first of all, the product itself is rock solid. You know, everything. We used a 600 millimeter on this project. We used the Z series 14 to 30, the 24 to 70. But then, you know, think about that. Being able to shoot everywhere from a 600 millimeter f4 down to a 14 millimeter lens and having that flexibility. There's no play. There's no movement. I was super excited about the ability to mount any NIKKOR lens that we had. I know Steve probably owns, you know, all the old glass.
I know he's online all the time looking for deals. People trying to offload lenses.
I keep trying to figure out what his address is, because I know he's probably got a 58.
Look, I'll take donations. Anybody wants to unload any old NIKKORs.
Looking for a 58 Noct if you're having extra. So
so it was a pretty seamless transition.
Total seamless transition. Super simple. Like you said, no loss of quality. Basically, it's just changing, correct me if I'm wrong, it's changing the distance that that F-mount lens is from the actual sensor.
That's
which is the genius behind the engineering, right, Steve? Talk a little bit about the mount.
If you think about it, because if you look at a D850 body, there's a certain thickness there. And once we took the mirror box out and made a Z camera out of that by removing the mirror box, remember, mirrorless camera, we had to replace that space from the back of the F-mount lens, those dimensions that those lenses were designed for, back to the image sensor. Now, keeping both sides of that FTZ absolutely parallel was paramount. That's why an adapter made by the manufacturer is typically far better sometimes than one who's having to accommodate lenses that they're not familiar with, because we've opened up a vast array of possibilities by making all these different lenses available on this. Now, this is not, some people will wonder too, this is not a teleconverter. There is no glass in this, so it's not going to affect the optical quality of the light path to the sensor, and it's also not going to rob you of any light. Your f-stop stays exactly the same. All it's doing is replacing that space that was there where the mirror box was in a DSLR, because we don't need that.
So like you said before, a lens like a 14 to 24 that doesn't have VR built in now has VR technology.
Precisely. That's huge. A 105 1.4.
Right.
Awesome lens, but boy, it could sure use some stabilization from time to time.
Piece of glass.
Z7, Z6, you got it.
Yeah.
So Lucas, let's sort of switch back over to passages now. Is there anything special, any special techniques that you used in the production of this piece?
So we wanted the camera to be in motion, and I think that in-camera stabilization is key, as well as we use the Moza, which comes in the Filmmakers kit. And so we wanted to have the camera moving at all times, because in still photography, the more still the camera is, the better the image is, because there's no movement. But in motion photography, the more the camera is in motion, the more interesting the shot is. And we wanted to keep that in motion. I'm going to show another clip now that's going to show us what this looks graded. Now that we've seen the LUT, now we have this clip that's going to show us what we were graded. And when I say graded, we've brought in a little bit of saturation, a little bit of sharpness, and a little bit more contrast. But this is what that final graded clip looks like, which is a special thing that you get. You know, I guess we're lucky we had the super bloom this year in California.
Yeah, you did.
You get these beautiful flowers, but you can see the detail of all these flowers in glorious 4K.
It goes back to what you said before. You have your vision. This was your vision.
This was my vision.
But we're capturing something that looks totally lack of detail, lack of everything, overexposed, and that comes from that raw file.
And that comes from the raw file.
That's the beauty of all this?
The beauty of that is that we have the flexibility to be able, and my vision can be whatever I want. The flowers could be purple. I can, you know, I could do a moody blue cinematic grade to this. It could be gritty, but I have that baseline that, think of it in the old negative days. I have that negative that I can push any direction I want. Therefore, my creativity can flow.
Very cool.
So, and then in addition to that, like I said, the movement on this clip, always moving, not, so this is actually just walking with the camera with a 5-axis stabilization.
So
a lot of these shots,
no stabilization outside of the camera.
just walking in the sand with that 5-axis stabilization. It's amazing what that will do for a shot, which will allow filmmakers, maybe you don't have budget for that this week, but you can go out and make something much smoother, much more usable for, you know, basically a very small kit.
Right. So I know you're an aficionado with time-lapse and things like that. Is this a straight video piece that we're going to see soon?
This is going to be a straight video piece. I wanted it to keep as pure to the raw characteristics that we had. And I think something to note, we produced this piece with very, very little gear. It was me and a second camera / assistant and our model. And I'm going to show you exactly how minimal that was. So we have our Atomos recorder here, which a big bonus of this is that you see this graph along the bottom. We're shooting in the dark forest here. So we're reading our waveforms, which are telling us exactly across that frame what's, you know, basically high in the exposure range and what's in the low, so that we can hit that sweet spot to make sure that we're getting, you know, not only not clipping our highlights, but we're also not crushing our blacks.
Right.
And that small footprint just continues in, you know, basically a slider to make some movement, which, like I said, the point of this was to keep everything in motion as much as possible to really show how you can do something, you know, very, very light and fast.
Very cool.
And so this is going to illustrate that. This is just with that slider that we just saw. You see this nice little bit of movement. If this would have just been a locked off shot, it would have not had the cinematic quality. You know, if you came in with a big camera, you'd all of a sudden have to be laying down rails and you'd have to have a big dolly to do this. I mean, literally this shot took about 2 minutes to set up.
Wow, that's great.
So,
and it's not intimidating. To someone like me that doesn't do this a lot, it looks like even I could probably try to do this if I could borrow a bit of your creative mind.
Yes, Mike, you can do it.
I can.
I know
I'm
you
not
can.
so scared anymore. I want to watch our time, too, and make sure we get to the piece. How long was the production? And what makes you decide how long this piece would be?
Production was 3 days. And the piece is 2 minutes long. And we went basically to the dark forest. We went to the highland, the super balloon in the highlands, and we went underwater as well, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
So we actually took this small package underwater. I think that's what we've got coming up next. We're going to see
assuming that you had a housing of sorts?
We do have, we had a housing, which is very cool. A company called Outex has this malleable, basically housing that has a glass element in the front and a glass element in the back, and you basically put it in this little plastic bag, for lack of a better term, and we took it 30 feet underwater and shot some things in Catalina.
What are we seeing here?
This is the Moza with the Atomos recorder, and this is just showing you how small this little package comes out, and the amount of, I guess you could say, production value. Is that a correct term that you
absolutely.
use? Production value you get from this, just having this. I'm going to show you right here. So this is a clip. It almost looks like you're on a drone.
I was going to say, I thought this was a drone.
Just holding this above my head, walking behind the model, we're able to go out and add production value to this, to where it looks like it could have been done with a big budget crew and multiple people. But literally, you saw the photo of me. That's just me walking behind with this, you know, stabilized camera.
Don't think we don't notice the implementation of the Nikon prop there, too.
Yeah, I had to make sure that I got that back. She's like, do I get to keep this? And I said, no. So.
Listen, and I'll say this out loud, because, Luke, I've known you for a long time, and we give you these assignments, and we pretty much say, we need this quick, we need this by NAB, So you didn't have a lot of time to produce it. You're working with firmware that's not final, and implementing all this. So you have me chomping at the bit a little bit to see this production, because I purposely didn't watch the end result because I wanted to see it here. So what else do you have here before we get to that?
Well, we're just going to show the one clip with the Outex housing that we're going to go to. But this is to show you and demonstrate as well what this looks like on a 600 millimeter. So this is the FTZ.
Is it 600?
600 millimeter lens where the FTZ is after. So this is the diversity, showing you that we are shooting every lens. All the underwater stuff was shot with the 14 to 30, and this is going to be that clip that's going to show you underwater what we were able to accomplish, which is pretty cool to be able to all of a sudden just jump in and shoot some freediving to kind of cap this whole thing off.
And so when you saw this original footage, it didn't look like this. This is what you graded.
It looks like it's almost black and white, like a grayscale, which you know, people go, oh man. But if you know the way you want it to look, it's a very, very powerful thing. And it takes just a few simple clicks of basically adding that LUT and going from raw to log, which sounds like it's a process, but literally it's just a drop-down menu within Final Cut 10.
So, Steve, have you seen the final output, the final piece?
I have. It's great.
So now are we ready?
Would you like
to
see
Can we do this? The world debut of Passages,
All right.
Seeing the Unseen by Lucas Gilman.
Here we go.
Wow,
Isn't that great?
Obviously, we went to the right person to do this, and that's pretty outstanding.
Well, it was an honor to do it. I can't say enough about where this can go and how this allows, you know, pretty much anybody to go out there to produce something, whether whether you're young or old, you know, if you have a bad back, it's a lightweight rig.
He looked at me when he said that.
I mean, I'm just really excited about the possibilities.
Wow. Well, again, I'm just awestruck in what I'm seeing, and thank you for educating me a bit here. This is pretty exciting all the way around. We have something very special coming up. We've got Devin Supertramp coming to the Nikon booth, to this studio, up next to talk about his filmmaking and a project that he most recently shot over the last several weeks with the Nikon Z6. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. Steve, thanks for giving us your time. I know you got a busy schedule with press and everything. Lucas.
Buddy.
That was amazing. Thank you for everything you've done. We will be tuning back in about 15 minutes. We'll take a little break. Thank you for tuning in. Don't forget, any segment we've shown so far, that we've run so far, will be on Nikon Live, so you can come back and watch it as many times as you want. We'll be back in 15.
installation of the large lens elements close to the mount, and it also allows space for a powerful actuator for the AF drive. Let me illustrate. This is optical axis and sensor. And this is lens. And this is camera body. This is lens mount. Our new Z mount has a big diameter. So we can put the big diameter lens across the image sensor. So with bigger diameter, we have a room here, and we can place the more powerful actuator, so for faster autofocusing. More space from the bigger mount diameter gives optical engineers the ability to design exciting new type of lenses. For optical engineers, such as myself, that is perhaps what is most exciting. Our engineers created a mount that is faster, allows for great new lens designs, and works perfectly for still photos or video. This new mount enables silent operation and smooth focus for video that professionals will enjoy. Since Nikon is so famous for NIKKOR F lenses, it was important to provide full compatibility with a wide range of lenses without any loss of image quality. This is done with Nikon's mount adapter FTZ, which provides the necessary flange back distance for NIKKOR F lenses. So, this is Nikon's future-proof mount design. It's the ultimate solution that supports high-performance lens design that capture a lot of light while reducing the system size and maintaining F-mount compatibility with the optional adapter. 55mm inner mount diameter and 60mm flange back distance, these may seem like just numbers, but together they result in endless possibility for optical design.
We've been shooting video with Nikon cameras since the D800 and couldn't wait to see how the new mirrorless Nikon Z7 and Nikon Z lenses would perform as we filmed in London, the Italian lakes and Swiss Alps. Even before shooting, due to the smaller size and weight, we found that we could carry everything we needed in smaller bags, travelling lighter and shooting for longer, especially when handheld, on a drone or using a gimbal. Over the course of the shoot, the next thing we noticed was just how far the 10-bit N-log format allows us to push the grade to create seasonal looks or different moods, taking full advantage of the Z7's dynamic range. Details, even in the shadows and sky, could be pulled out in post for epic visuals. And the view assist function meant that we could expose correctly even when shooting N-log. Normally, we focus manually, but the Z7's video autofocus was fast and accurate, tracking cars, boats and people with ease, and allowed us to change the sensitivity to suit the look required. The Z7 has focus peaking, even in 4K UHD, and being able to customize the control ring on the Nikon Z lenses to pull either focus or aperture gave us loads of creative possibilities. The Nikon Z lenses were light, compact and sharp, and when focusing were smooth with minimal breathing. We could switch to full HD and shoot 4x slow motion to capture action and add drama. In-camera stabilisation meant that handheld shots were stable, even when using the mount adapter on Nikon F lenses without VR. Features like timecode sync make shooting multiple cameras easy and enables us to replace other larger cameras with Z7s. We're excited about the possibilities that come from having high-quality video images, advanced tools that make filmmaking easier, in a lightweight package that still manages to be robust enough for even the most demanding shooting scenarios.
Hey, how was your morning?
Fine.
I'm Chris Hirschman, filmmaker and photographer, and today we're filming a music video for an artist named Emily Blue.
Oh my God, Courtney, I love this song.
We're here in the wonderful Fort Knox hangar, and we are filming with the Nikon Z7 mirrorless camera. Okay, so we've been using the Nikon Z7 now for a few days on this production, and right off the bat, one of the most convenient things about this system is the battery has not changed from your D850, 750, put it right into the mirrorless. The same thing goes with the card. We can go ahead and use the same card, same battery, and you're ready to go. So everything on this camera is laid out so simple and it's familiar. There was no like getting used to it, period. You kind of just jumped in and you just start shooting with it, and it wasn't like having to learn a new system, which is great. How do you want to focus the camera?
So we're going to use autofocus on it, like we were doing yesterday.
Yeah.
I think the face detection on it was pretty pristine.
Yeah.
So I don't even think we have to attach anything to it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like
It worked really well yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, we have that follow focus, but we're just going to leave it behind for this show.
Yeah, great. Sounds good. Yeah. I want to say 90% of what we filmed was just autofocus. So the fact that you can put the camera in places you can't reach and still use autofocus, I think that's a huge game changer for this camera. On this particular setup, we wanted to do a zooming effect, so we're using the 70-200, and what's great is we can use our F-mounted lenses with the adapter onto our mirrorless camera. We have all of these lenses that we can still use, and it works seamlessly with the autofocus. We're actually using a servo to zoom in and out, and we're letting the camera do all of the focusing, and it's been working great, and it keeps it tack sharp. It made a very complicated move much, much easier.
Hey, Stacy, are you still at the party? I'm trying to hit.
I like to have an on-set editor, and we're basically taking the footage from the card after every big setup that we do. That's what Nick's doing right now. He's putting together a small edit of everything we shot yesterday, and we're bringing it back here to back it up immediately, and then we start cutting it together. That way, if we have what we need, and we're in a crunch for time, we can just move on to the next setup after we've seen a little bit of it cut together. All right, so last thoughts on this thing. I think this is gonna change the game for filmmakers. I think it changed the game for me on this set. I've seen this camera do things that other Nikons have never done before for filmmaking. I can't wait for people to get their hands on this and experience just how powerful of a camera this is. I think people are absolutely gonna love this as a tool.
We are here at the Nikon Studio, and welcome back to the NAB show. We are broadcasting live. We have been broadcasting all day. We've done many programs today that will be housed on Nikon Live on the NikonUSA.com site. So if you missed any of these sessions, you can go back and see them as many times as you want. We are here at the show. We're showcasing MRMC technology, Nikon mirrorless technology, NIKKOR lenses. We've got a lot of crazy things going on. We've been talking a lot about technology through some of the other segments, but now we have a real treat. We have Devin Graham here with us, otherwise known as Devin Supertramp. And he is a filmmaker and has come a long way within his career. And most recently, we tasked him in a very short period of time to produce a piece with the Nikon Z6, and you gracefully accepted.
Yes, no question about it.
And so I always love to start these segments, Devin, with people that may know you. I know you have quite a following on YouTube, which we'll talk about a little bit about how you built your business. But talk to us a little bit about how you got started in imaging in the first place, how it may have transitioned into video, and when you made that transition from maybe this being a hobby or fun to I'm going to make this a business and career.
Yeah, so I mean, really, I've been making movies since I was little, like music videos with my siblings, Lego stop motion videos, so it's always been kind of ingrained in my culture, in my lifestyle. I was always borrowing my parents' cameras, breaking my parents' cameras, so they always provided opportunities. But I did the whole film school as far as going to film school in BYU in Utah, loved it, but as I was starting to create videos, my roommate was like, you gotta start doing stuff for YouTube, for social media. That's going to be the next big thing. And I was like, well, that's not where professionals go. I want to be known as a professional, not as a YouTube person.
So you took this seriously very early on.
I took it serious. I wanted to do the next Jurassic Park, the next Star Wars. But he's like, you're going to have so many more opportunities so much faster if you do YouTube. And this is before like YouTube and social media was really a thing. So it was kind of the wild, wild west. So I was like, okay, let's take a risk on it. Let's take a chance on it. We did the first YouTube video we put out, and it got millions of views within the first week.
Really? The very first video?
The very first video. And another company reached out to me and they're like, we would love to hire you to do a nationwide TV commercial because of this YouTube video. So all of a sudden my eyes were open as far as there's so many possibilities, opportunities through creating social media video content.
So you really thought it wasn't really the place to be, but as soon as you launch your first video, your career just expands right away.
Yeah, right away. And the thing was, I didn't have any camera equipment at all, period. I didn't know anything. I was just borrowing, because I mean, I was a poor college student going to film school, so I was borrowing cameras, and we're talking just small DSLRs that I was shooting these videos on, $0 budget, but other people saw in bigger companies, and they just continue to hire me for bigger opportunities.
So do you go with that concept at home? You shoot music videos of family. Do you reach out to friends and other people as your talent to get this all started?
Yeah, zero budget, so it was all about just creating cool experience. So it was like, hey, we're going to launch off this bike jump, launch into a pond. Who wants to come? Post it on Facebook, get like 10 people. And then after those videos, everyone saw that they were getting a lot of views, so everyone was reaching out saying, hey, can we be in your next video? So all of a sudden, everyone wanted to be a part of what we were creating on YouTube.
And obviously, you took a quick jump from that status of trying to get into the business and then all of a sudden being hired by a company. But I can imagine that through the years now, take us a little bit on that journey of, you start with DSLRs, and it's pretty obvious that you probably have to graduate to bigger cameras and bigger systems and bigger rigs, because now we take you in a direction of all that, and then we come to you with a project on Z6, which we'll talk about. But talk a little bit about that journey of how you graduated through the career.
Yeah, so this all happened in 2010, as far as when I started my YouTube channel. And my name's Devin. I called it Devin Supertramp, not thinking anything of it. One of my favorite books was called Into the Wild, about a guy that goes to live his dreams, and he calls himself Alexander Supertramp. So when I was like,
I was wondering where Supertramp came from.
Yeah, that's where it came from. It was about me going out, living my dreams, of making movies. And through that, though, the name kind of stuck. Even my hat backwards, like all my videos at the beginning, I had my hat backwards, so people just expected
So you're starting to begin to build your brand, creating an image for your brand.
It all happened very fast. But one thing I noticed is I was building a brand, but I wasn't building like a name brand where people connected me to it. So we started doing behind-the-scene videos for every video that we were doing, and then people started connecting me with the videos, and then that just made it so I was worth that much more as far as creating opportunities. But I mean, it started on a $0 budget, and then the more opportunities that came from brand deals. I mean, we've had the opportunity to work all around the world with all these different brands and all these different kind of budgets just from doing $0 budgets, and then the budget just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And I mean, with all that stuff, like you start with these smaller cameras, and then it's like, okay, if you have the opportunity to use a bigger camera, bigger lenses, like that's always exciting because you're always trying to push yourself as far as a storyteller, as a filmmaker.
So you went from a small footprint production, you know, outfit to a bigger footprint to a more bigger cinematic Hollywood type style. And do you come back to the small footprint at all, or
always?
Was this a big shift to you coming back to D6, or do you do that a lot?
No, I think we go up and down. It kind of depends on the project, because it's like, well, what camera do you film with? Well, it depends on what project we're shooting. Sometimes we want to have a bigger footprint where we're dealing with film permits, we're dealing with locations, we're dealing with like a ton of extras, a ton of actors, but then there's some other times where you can't really get all the proper permits, where you have to be more of a smaller guerrilla film crew, and you know, and that's where you use different style cameras. So it just kind of depends on what we're filming. And I remember that really stuck out to me the most is I actually went to Mexico to shoot a big project, a chocolate commercial. We had a bigger camera. We went in there, and they're like, you can't take that in there because you're a full production. So we ended up coming back with it was actually a Nikon D90.
Smaller footprint, right.
Yeah, Nikon D90, I kid you not. And then we got in no problem because we were a much smaller footprint. So it just depends on what project we're doing. But I mean, when Nikon came to me as far as shooting with this camera, it's like, I've never filmed with this camera before. And it was really exciting because like I can push myself, I can try something new, and it's also a smaller camera, which means I can do more possibilities as far as getting different shots and angles I can normally not get with a bigger camera.
This is great to know, because not only did you get to work with the world's first DSLR that had video built in, now you're working with the latest Nikon, you know, that we have. And again, I know you probably have jumped from brand to brand and system to system and bigger and you know, more glamorous for Hollywood, but Nikon has always been just that small footprint when it comes to video production, relying on the NIKKOR lenses, relying on the technologies. I believe you have a sizzle reel.
I do.
So let's run through that. Let people that may not know you. I know how many YouTube followers are.
We have 5.3 million on YouTube and about 7 million combined on Facebook. So
That's
Couple
awesome.
hundred.
So the very first time you go up there, you get a couple of people starting to follow you. It starts to grow real quick. How long did it take to accumulate?
Yeah,
5
so I mean, this has
plus
all happened
followers?
within the last 8.5 years.
Right.
When it started growing the biggest, and I suggest this to anyone that's trying to build an audience, is the more consistent you can be, the faster it grows.
Right.
So once I started, because I was originally uploading once a month, and then I started doing a video every other week, and then video once a week.
So
that's
more
when we
frequent
had
posts.
the biggest, exactly.
Make that happen. That's amazing. Yeah, I hear that of still photographers and Instagram as well. So let's run this clip, let people see a little bit of what you do.
All right, here we go.
I've seen this clip now about 30 times as I've watched it over and over again. There's so many amazing moments in there. You take a lot of chances, and you do a lot of great stuff with fire. Where does that come from, and where do you get your motivation, your inspiration?
Yeah, so I've always loved creating, and for me, what's the most exciting is seeing people's reactions, like reading the comments. And I mean, comments aren't always good, but when they're good, it's like the best feeling in the world. I love showing the world to people that have never seen it before.
Right.
As far as that kind of stuff, some of the comments we've gotten, like one guy was like, "I lost my legs. I can't go on that trail that you just highlighted, but I got to relive those memories from your video." So it's like that kind of content makes it so much worth it. But for me, it's always about what can I show people, something that they've never seen before, and how can I film it in a way they've also never seen it before. So those are always kind of questions I'm asking myself, because there's so many people creating content. So it's like, what can I create that's unique and different? So that's kind of always the approach.
When you were back in film school through now, are there any filmmakers that have inspired you along the way?
Yeah, I've always loved Christopher Nolan, Steven Spielberg, J.J. Abrams. Like, those are the guys that I just look up to, and I love all their work.
Right.
I mean, I just think they're always, as far as pushing the boundaries, the way they're telling stories. So those are always people I looked up to, which is very different style that I'm doing now. But one day I'd love to be kind of telling those kind of stories.
That's great. So take us back a little bit to a recent phone call you get from Nikon or MWW, our PR agency.
Yep.
And tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so Nikon emailed us first off, and they were like, hey, we have a project we'd love for you to be involved with. So me and several other people on our team, we all got together and like, oh, Nikon reached out to us. This is sweet. So we talked, and we called, or Nikon called us back, and they're like, hey, we'd love to work with you. We want you to do something with the Z6 camera. We'd love to hear any ideas you think that you guys would genuinely be excited about to create. And we have like a wish list of ideas we'd love to pull off with brands. So we submitted several different ideas, and we kind of went back and forth, but we were all really excited about the video we did together.
Right, so you have, obviously, you store these ideas in the can for opportunities like this. And then, of course, you brought one to Nikon. They say, okay, let's run with this. You get a box in the mail, and it includes the Z6. You take it out of the box. Tell me what your recent experience was. What was the experience, the out-of-box experience when you first opened the camera?
So we opened up the Nikon. It was awesome, too, because we could request the lenses that we thought we were going to use the most as well. So we had a pretty big wish list of lenses, but our whole table was just decked out with cameras, Nikon lenses. But for us, we're used to working with several different types of cameras, and a lot of them can end up being really big cinema cameras. So for us, it was so much easier as far as dealing with something that was lightweight, very compact, but also still being able to get really good quality out of it.
So you had the D90, smaller screen, 720p, right?
Yep.
Now all of a sudden you work into a little bit smaller camera, lighter camera, but now we have 4K, we have slow motion, built-in VR. What was it that you found attractive about the camera when you first started
I'd
working
say
with
the first biggest thing for me was the fact that I could film at 4K at 10-bit. Using the Atomos, and full frame. I think that was the biggest thing, because there's a lot of other cameras out there that are doing 4K, but it's not full frame.
Crop
for us, I love the wider shots. Even in the video I showed you earlier, like, we're all about wider lenses, wider shots. So for me, the full frame, 10-bit, and also the fact that it can do 120 frames per second at 1080 was a huge kind of selling point for us as far as what we were not used to with kind of a smaller compact camera.
So you talked about this plethora of lenses on a table, NIKKOR lenses. I assume you got the FTZ or F to Z mount adapter along with that. How important is that to you to have this supply of lenses and be able to use them on the most current camera?
Yeah, so very exciting. We ended up using, as far as my favorite lens for what we were shooting, the kind of content that we were filming with, was the 14 to 24 millimeter, which is an F lens, but putting it on the Z adapter, I didn't see any quality change. And I'm all about those wider shots, so I was like super stoked on it. And we ended up testing several of the different NIKKOR lenses, but that was like the one that I gravitated the most as far as the kind of content that we were trying to create.
What are your favorite lenses? Talk to me about focal lengths that
length. So 14 to 24, I think was my favorite go-to lens for this project. We were filming fast action, and we were filming with go-karts, which aren't very fast, but if I can get a wider lens and the camera closer to the ground, it can make us look a lot faster.
The velocity's going quicker.
Yeah, so that was like why that was my go-to lens. Also, too, I love the 70 to 200 millimeter 2.8. That's always been one of my favorites. The NIKKOR one, especially for photography, but it was also a great lens that I could cut with the footage that we were filming with for our project. We were doing a lot of stuff with explosions, real explosions. So we couldn't always be right up to the explosions, but with the 70 to 200, we could make it look like they're a lot closer to what we were actually pulling off as far as that goes. And then the kit lens, I believe it was the 24 to 70 millimeter, and that was the Z lens. That was like our go-to lens, because we had one guy shooting behind the scenes, and that was like the best lens. We never once changed that lens as far as behind the scenes, just because it was the best kind of all-around range for that.
So I know you're surprised about some of the things in the camera. What surprised you the most about the camera?
I was actually really impressed with the low light capabilities. Part of that has to do with just it has a good sensor, but we're filming, after we filmed all this stuff in the mall, which we'll show a clip here coming soon.
Right, and we have to say this out loud. We're only going to tease you with a little bit of the content. We're not going to show the entire piece.
Yeah,
right?
and it's very rough and it actually hasn't been colored or tweaked at all.
Right.
So it's very, very rough. We filmed it. We literally got done filming it 2 days ago.
Right. I know we didn't give you much time to get this done,
but it was
a good thing, right?
Yeah, it was a good thing. And the cards that we made, you'll see, took a lot longer than we were expecting as well. But for us, we were filming in very low light conditions, especially with the stuff outside the mall with real explosions. And I was like, this is definitely going to be grainy, but it wasn't grainy at all. So I was just super impressed with that and the fact that it was so light. And then, yeah, just easy to use.
Talk to me about the flat image profile and how important that is to you.
Yeah, so we're used to filming a lot of the stuff that we do in RAW, and that option is the closest thing we can get to RAW. So for us, that's a big deal. Everything that we color, I'm not a colorist, but we have like a professional colorist that colors everything.
Right.
We sent him a couple of the clips. He colored them. He was super stoked on it all. So I'm like, yes, if he's stoked on it, we know it's going to look great.
So the video quality here made an impression on you.
Yes, definitely. And we love our colors to pop. So we have that option with the flat images. We can send it in post, and they can make it super bright, super colorful.
Okay, so you have these ideas in the hopper, right? You have this go-kart idea. We're gonna see this and see a little bit about it. But do you feel like a mirrorless camera has advantages over other cameras?
I think the biggest thing for us is just that it's compact and that much smaller compared to even a DSLR, because DSLRs already, as it is, are smaller, but then it's like, okay, now a mirrorless camera is that much more smaller and that much more lighter. We were filming very late at night, and I had to hold the camera all day, and my arm wasn't getting tired. Most of the cases, 95% of the time, I'm exhausted by the end of the night physically from holding a heavier camera. I didn't have to deal with that on something like this when we're filming all night.
Yeah, you talked about using Atomos products. How do you feel about the announcement of Atomos and Nikon coming together to create a RAW format, the Apple ProRes RAW?
I wish it was out sooner because I would have loved to use it on this shoot, but I'm super stoked knowing that that's coming. And I believe it's the very first kind of file format with a full frame mirrorless camera in existence up till this point, you know. So for me, that's a big deal, especially when I'm so used to filming a lot of things in RAW, and having that option is huge.
So you mentioned a little bit about the lenses. I'm looking at some notes here. You love the 14 to 24. The advantage of built-in VR. Did you dig into that at all?
I looked into it a little bit. That wasn't something that we got kind of heavy into. I mean, we were using other stabilizers, and it's like, because I knew it would crop it in a little bit, it would make it steadier for sure, but I actually wanted to feel a little bit more shaky, so it felt a little bit more action-y. So that wasn't something we dug into big time.
And is that something, if somebody's asking you about filmmaking, getting into this stabilization, things like that, that's critically important to you?
Oh yeah, it's huge. But also having the option to turn that off, which is we didn't have it on because we wanted to feel a little bit more shakier, so it felt a little bit more intense. But you definitely want that option to get as smooth as possible.
So now, one of the things about the Z6 versus the Z7, it's a lower resolution in the way of, the camera's 24.5 megapixels. My video aficionado Steve Heiner explained pixel-to-pixel video, 4K. You mentioned low light before. I want you to dig into that a little bit more, of the experience of being able to shoot high ISO, and how far did you push the camera?
Yeah, so as far as ISO goes, a lot of the stuff that we do is guerrilla filmmaking, where we're not bringing in massive lights and a full-on crew. So we have to be willing to work with the light that we're given. So we were filming at a shopping mall at nighttime. We still brought in a couple little lights, but as far as ISO, we were filming anything from 800 all the way to 2,000. The stuff we were filming outside of the mall where it was pitch black, we did bring in a couple other lights, but that was at an ISO 2,000. And while we were filming, I was like a little worried that it might look grainy, but we ended up putting it on the big screen, and that was the stuff I was most impressed with as far as it looked clean. It didn't look grainy, so for me, my mind was blown.
So what do you think? I would have loved to have shown the whole piece, but I know we can only tease. Do you want to show the video piece that you've worked on?
Yeah, I'd be stoked to. And just so you guys know, like the whole idea behind this is, you've seen a lot of go-kart stuff, but it's like, what can we do to spice this up a little bit more? So we ended up building a tank go-kart and a kind of speed racer style go-kart. We took over a shopping mall at nighttime, and then there's a whole story to this, but we're only just going to show you guys a couple little clips, just to get an idea. Wait for it.
It's going to come, I promise. So that's great to see behind. I know people love to see behind the scenes and see how you work. And it looks like you're having a lot of fun during production, but it's still work.
It is work, but I love it. And I love that when things go wrong, because it's like, okay, what can we do to fix this? So, I mean, it's always filmmaking is that process of everything goes wrong, and now you got to fix it, you know?
So it was your intent to actually just drive right through the racks of clothes?
Yep, that was all part of it. And actually, too, that's one thing it's worth mentioning is like the camera's durable. It's like I'm going to go through all these different things. We ended up building, you don't see it in this clip, but a full wall of massive Legos, and I'm just plowing through all that stuff. Protecting the lens, of course, but it was like it all took a beating and
we
it
appreciate
all handled
that.
it fine. Yeah, absolutely.
So talk to us a little bit, throw out some tips about photographing fast action, creating fast action.
So I would always suggest a wider lens where you can get as close to the action as possible.
Right.
So if you're filming any kind of movement, I wouldn't get far away. Of course, you need a couple of shots just to establish, but the closer you guys can get to the action, to the people, the better it looks.
Right.
Also, too, I love low angles. So you'll see, like, the stuff we were shooting, not only was I getting close to the subject, but I was also low to the ground, so it felt like we were moving really fast. The higher I lifted it, the slower it looked like we were going.
So the lower you went,
yeah,
the more...
the lower we go, just because you have more
velocity.
movement flying by. And then to help add to the speed is I also was in another go-kart filming them for a lot of the scenes where I was hanging off the back of the go-kart and I was driving full speed, so you have their movement plus the movement of the ground just to help sell that action that much more. But the more you can put the audience in the experience, the faster it feels, the more organic it feels, because you're creating an experience for the audience. So we're always kind of looking for that as far as what can we do so they feel a part of the story.
So obviously the Z6 was the integral part of this for us. Talk a little bit in filming fast action, some of the other tools that you use to make this happen.
Yeah, so I mean, sound's always a big thing for action. So we had a Rode Pro mic hooked to the top. We were using the Atomos as far as recording the 10-bit just so we could have the highest quality image possible. I use another device you saw in the video. It's called a Scorpion. It just allows it so I can actually hold the camera down really low to the ground, not have to worry about this with the monitor right here. And then I also use a glide cam, which I've been using since the dawn of time for the last 9 years. I guess it's not the dawn of time, but it allows our productions to look like we had like a massive budget where it looks like we have a crane and a dolly and all that stuff, but I can work fast and efficient with the glide cam. So those are all big things. We also use a dolly as well. So it always depends on the story, but for this in particular shoot, those are the main things that we are using as far as telling the story.
So go back to this idea that you have in a can. Obviously, we're seeing just a couple of snippets of what you did behind the scenes. Do you already have a vision on how long this piece is going to be? And do you have any advice as to, is something too long? Is it too short? What's a good sweet spot for the length of production time in a film that you're making?
So it's always fun because we spent 3 days, 3 nights, all night filming this production, and it will only end up being a 2-minute video.
Right.
But I would say generally 1 minute and 45 seconds to 3 minutes is kind of the sweet spot for YouTube, Facebook, for social media. So we always keep that in mind as far as we see that people start genuinely leaving around 1 minute and 45 seconds into it, unless we can keep on throwing more things at them, which we're trying to do on this video, where the video continually escalates as far as what happens, as far as the gags that are being pulled off. But that's genuinely what we're shooting for, time-wise.
So it's always hard to unknow what you know already or go back in time, but imagine someone else is starting out, and I'm sure you get this question a lot, Devin. How do I get into this? Give me some advice on to getting into a career as a filmmaker.
Yeah, one of the biggest things is create content on what you love to do, because people will naturally see a connection there as far as like, oh, we can tell that they don't really care about what they're doing. I think look for unique opportunities to tell a story. There's so many filmmakers here, but my question is what makes you unique as far as the way you're telling the story? So just think of creative ways to get your name known out there by doing things different than everybody else, you know? So, and also too, is just using the talent that you have. Finding good subjects and being consistent are all big things. I would tell people too that your content is more important than the equipment that you're using. Like if you can use a Nikon Z6, awesome. But if you can't afford that right now, start with whatever camera you have. Maybe it's just your phone or your parents' phone, and slowly work your way up to the Nikon.
And as you learn the
is.
craft, you realize the benefits of the features that these cameras have.
Absolutely.
So do you foresee the Z6 as part of your filmmaking future?
It already is. It is in our kit. It's one of the best cameras for how small it is to put lenses on it and have it look cinematic. So for us, it will be a permanent part of our family.
That's great. So let's finish off with, I guess, a final question about social, the importance of social. You mentioned it before, frequency. Give us a little advice on to, how you start to build up these numbers now in social and get yourself known and have people see your style so you get the phone calls like you did from Nikon and some of the bigger clients you've worked with.
Yeah, and I would say too, consistency is most important. I would suggest showing stuff more than once a week. Sometimes you can't do that though. Like even for us, now we're doing once every other week because we can't put out daily content. But if you have the opportunity to do it daily, that's going to give you the biggest jump. Don't get burned out though, because you're seeing so many creators right now get burned out. So you also have to kind of budget. But if you're not doing things you're passionate about, you're probably not going to be successful at it. So just making sure that whatever you invest in, make sure you're passionate about it and do it with your entire heart, because those are the people that are succeeding right now.
And there's no doubt in my mind, just knowing you for less than a week now and looking at your work, you can see the passion in the work. I can feel it with you up here on stage. And we can't thank you enough for giving us some time, because I know you're really busy at the show bouncing around. So thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
If you're tuning in, I know that this has been an amazing day. We've been running since about noon today, Pacific Standard Time. We ran through quite a few programs. So again, if you haven't seen these programs, you want to go back to Nikon Live at NikonUSA.com. You can watch them as many times as you want, including this segment with Devin Graham. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to sign off for today, and we're going to be back here tomorrow as well. So thank you for your time. If you're here in the audience, thank you guys for showing up. Come up and say hello to Devin. And Devin, thank you for everything you've given to us in this short 30 minutes. We're gone. We'll see you again tomorrow.
This lens is small and light, and it allows me to get close and intimate to the people I'm photographing. And in a way, it almost allows me to become invisible. My name is Amy Vitale. I'm here in Cape Town, South Africa, shooting this incredible city that is so diverse in its landscape and also the richness of culture. I need my gear to be